Oops.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to what would it be episode 6?
Episode 6.
Session 6 of Secrets of Renala. I realize now that we are currently missing Bronwyn on this on the page.
I was gonna DM
How
you and not call
dare
you
you.
out.
There you go. This is fine. This is fine.
I'm here.
Oh, hello, Bronwyn.
We're low close.
You're close friends. You're
Yeah,
Mhm.
you barely talk to me, and I try to talk to you. We're close friends.
Mhm.
Bronwyn just barely talks.
Hmm
Well,
Like,
that's
dead stop.
just by
She has her secrets.
virtue of just being played by me.
Fine then. Keep your secrets.
okay.
No,
Well.
no one.
No, I got you.
No, I got no. Yeah.
So, I'm trying to think of any general announcements. We're not going to be having a stream next week because some of us are going to be at Gen Con in Indy. So if you happen to be around and are interested in saying hello, which I don't think that there's anybody watching that is, except for I think Calvin is probably going to be there, I think.
Our loyal viewer,
yes.
Calvin.
Yes, your roommate.
Yes. But other than that, I don't think. But we're gonna be at Gen Con, so no episode next week. So unfortunately, you will have to go without your weekly fix of Renala. But we will be back the week after that. So yeah. Other than that, I don't know if there's anything in particular that we have as far as announcements. Once again, last week I forgot to show the intro up, so before I forget, let's go watch that and then we'll start the episode. Welcome back. Okay, so where last we left off, several things had happened. Some of the most interesting of which would be a kind of terrorist attack-ish from one of the members of our own party, who caused and incited a panic in the Eclipsium square, causing many people to start going and running wildly around, and then also attracting the attention of not only the guard, but some fairly arcane individuals who have since imprisoned Glory, and then sent word off to the rest of the team. During that time, the rest of the team had gone off to investigate this mysterious key and this painting of sorts that had been kept of the keeper of restricted tomes of the archive, breaking into her office and utilizing this key. They discovered that this painting was actually a portal of sorts into a small room that contained numerous magical artifacts and different scientific experiments notes, as well as 3 guards, which would be 2 magically animated armors, as well as a rug of smothering, which nearly killed the party. And
Nah.
oh, that was pretty close. Much to my dismay, I was not able to close there.
Wow, trying to TPK us in session 5.
Yeah. And then from there, you guys had gone through some of those notes, some of them very curious. And then Sakir had picked up a mysterious looking crystal of some kind that had been stored in a crate before discovering and realizing that this was the head of a shard mine, and dropping it, causing it to shatter all over the ground. Later, once everybody had gone back and rested for the night and reconvened in the morning, you guys had been made aware of that, as well as from Piper's looking into some of the other papers, discovered that Dr. Hicks Lutari's experiments actually had him taking individuals to test upon, using them to test to create some sort of schism, is what he described, for an unknown purpose. So, picking up from there, you guys had been made aware of Glory being imprisoned, and several of you were going to head back to the archive to see if you could get into the restricted tome sections, while the rest of you were going to go visit Glory in prison and see what was going on there.
I don't remember the exact split, but I'm pretty sure that Frederick was one of the people who was going to see Glory.
Yes, I
Me
believe
and
it.
Frederick.
Current time with Fred and Sakir.
Hmm.
If there was anybody else that was going to see, I think would Bronwyn go with the people going to the archive, or would Bronwyn go with the people going to see Glory?
Probably not to the archive.
Okay, so going to see Glory, or somewhere else entirely, if you would like.
No, just go with the rest of the group to see Glory.
Okay. So we'll pick up there as you guys have all come down from the top of the inn this morning, and split off into your groups about to head out. If there was any last words
Did
you wish
we-
to exchange.
Did we make a meeting point to like reconvene, or
I imagine we're just meeting back up at the tavern.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are still here, so you could just.
Back at the beauty.
Or we could reconvene at my ship.
should probably be interesting, but maybe
It's-
our
it's-
day
it's
is
further
surprisingly
away.
short. We could, us three could go back to the institution and just see if we can help y'all, or wait there initially for you. So you have to go searching for us. 'Cause that seems to be a problem.
I'm cool with whatever.
So if we're done early, we'll go there. We'll go to the spire with y'all. Maybe not be with you directly, but at least we'll be closer in case something breaks down.
I have confidence that things will be fine once we show this dossier.
We'll start as the team that goes to get Glory heads off towards the the underground prison complex that seems to have been where you were directed to go to for questioning him. It's a pretty short walk compared to climbing up the small mountain that the spire is on. So it takes you maybe about 30 minutes or so before you see this embedded into the very base of the mountain, kind of on the least populated side. There are these large columns that are made of granite that kind of indent into the actual mountain itself, but leave a slight overhang that it seems to be holding up. In there are numerous metal doors that seem to be closed at any given time, or most times, and there's a fence, like a metal wall on the exterior that has a gate as well, was with several guard towers, and then you can't really see much past that. But you guys can start to approach that main gate.
Before we get there, two things. Would Frederick know about the other types of warlock subclasses?
He would be aware that there are other similar, potentially deals, that have been struck, but maybe not to a significant extent. I would make you roll an Arcana check to see if you would know anything more specific.
Okay. 14.
14. You're like, you've definitely heard of like people making deals with either demons or it'd be mostly demons and devils that you hear. I've heard of. You've definitely never heard of any of the greater fae, mostly because there are, as far as you understand, no greater fae that have come into the world, the current world, into Renala.
Okay.
So it would basically be just demons and devils.
Yeah, those are the bigger talked about ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah.
Then
So
the
as
other
it-
thing,
what?
for the other two players, Frederick will, before we get there, Frederick will try to pull you two aside to talk to y'all.
Okay. What's up?
Yes.
I think I might know what is afflicting glory. It's a
Afflicting?
hunch. Something like that, yeah.
You mean
This
aside
is-
from just being crazy?
Well, there might be a reason why he's crazy, or at least he's impulsive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to say it without sounding weird, but I do believe that he has made a pact with some kind of devil or spirit or something that impulses him to act the way he acts.
Do I know like the basics of how warlocks work?
Roll me an Arcana check for Psychic.
Here it is.
They are very uncommon where you come from. So you have only a very passing knowledge that such a thing exists. You do not know any of the specifics.
Do I know what a pact is at least?
Yes, you would know what a pact is at least, but you like
Okay.
generally you do not know much about what he's talking about.
But I know like person makes pact gets magic.
Yes.
Okay. Are you positive that this pact doesn't exist because he's crazy?
Well, I couldn't determine which way the relationship started. I don't know if it was chicken before the egg or vice versa. But
I would not refer to this as an affliction then.
no, but it is a reasoning of why he would create havoc or want to kill someone just to see what happens. Because the devil wants more chaos in the world, typically. Like, wants to see like what do people do when they react, show the darker sides of of humanity. Doesn't want doesn't hate good, but doesn't want it to happen or doesn't care for it.
Okay.
And I had someone help me understand that that's most likely the case.
So, should we maybe just leave him in jail then?
Well, if they're... I don't know.
I mean, if he
Maybe
breaks out, there's likely to be casualties.
yes, but we could also maybe still work with him. Maybe there's a chance that like after we call him out for it, he'll understand that he can't just keep doing it. I don't want to cast him aside just yet, but also jail might be good for him, yes.
I reiterate, if he tries to break out, there might be casualties.
Mm-hmm.
I do not think he agrees with jail being the correct option.
True. Yeah.
Considering Captain Blackwood and I happened upon him arguing with a guard
Mm-hmm.
the other day.
Well, then perhaps we can, for the satisfaction of the whole group who can't be here, we still go talk to him and we figure out what he believes has happened, and then we'll probably make that judgment.
Well, if you're sure. Sounds like a plan then.
We'll lead the way then.
From there on, you guys can start approaching that metal gate. You see there are a couple of the dignitas, the purple sashes out front, and they start kind of approaching, just taking a couple steps forward as you guys approach. What's your business?
Visiting a prisoner.
Very well, I'll need you to hand over your weapons.
Okay. Here's my mace. Here's my 4 daggers.
Or daggers.
Do
God.
you
Fucking
do-
D&D.
do you need my tome or
Since you are bringing it up, yes.
okay? I'm not in the mood to be breaking the law right about now.
They
kind
take
of in front of a prison.
they take your tome, the daggers and mace. They get to Bronwyn.
Uh, here's my bow. And then, can I roll for like stealth or something to try to sneak some daggers?
Yeah, you can roll as a sleight of hand.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank God I'm proficient in that. Please don't fail me rolling. What did I get? 21.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to notice that you've kept a couple of your weapons. How many daggers do you have?
On me. Let's see. Just 2. Yeah, I have 2.
So, are those your only weapons that you have?
Oh God, no. Apparently not.
I'm just saying, like, you could keep. I would let, like, depending on the amount of that you have, I would let you keep a certain amount of them.
I also have a rapier, a short bow,
They'll
and
take
a
a
crowbar.
they'll take the crowbar, the rapier, and the short.
A crowbar is typically not a weapon, but you
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's still, you are going into a prison
Yeah.
with a crowbar.
Yeah,
I think it's part of my.
could. Oh, absolutely.
they do
thieves'
not.
tools, presumably.
They do not take your daggers.
Okay.
When I hand him my dagger, I'm going to be like, be careful, it's enchanted.
Noted. Thank you for making me aware. And they just put it in what looks to be like a metal lockbox, so that nobody else can, steal it while you are not there. They're responsible.
Does he have anything to say about loyalty? Because Zykeer probably doesn't bring that up.
No, he doesn't.
Cool.
It gives it a look maybe, and then just and then they let you get past into the gate, and then you're in like this front courtyard, where there are a bunch of guards, and it seems to be like there is like some plants and stuff that they keep here, like a small garden where they let prisoners kind of actually go to, so that they're not cruel. They're like they let prisoners have time outside, and there are a couple of prisoners that are kicking like what looks to be like a pig's stomach that is wrapped in leather, sort of thing. So like
yes, pigskin, my favorite sport.
yeah, and then just kind of going around, and just they seem to be relatively I'm trying to think of the word. They're relatively well taken care of. By no means is this a cruel person. And you guys are let in let up to the doors where the granite pillars are. And there are a couple guards. What prisoner are you visiting?
Glory, the blue tiefling.
Ah, him. Very well.
That's a good sign.
Dawn, can you take them down? Looks over at another guard, nods. These guards that are inside, by the way, they, instead of having the green or the purple sashes, they have black sashes.
Yo, Death Troopers.
Yep. Alrighty, come with me. And they pull out like a lantern and light it. The metal doors are they take the slat that they used to keep the metal doors closed, and then open the metal doors, and you are allowed to progress inside. Immediately inside here, there are lights in here, it's not pitch black or anything. It is warm to some extent. You kind of look around and you see you can start to see a couple of the cells here. There are beds, maybe like the mattress pad on the bed might be like 2 inches thick, but it's better than nothing. And there are what look to be sinks and like a small area that is kind of cordoned off that is like a bathroom, so that they actually have a slight amount of privacy.
Man, this is really nostalgic for Fred.
Yeah. This is a pretty compared to the jails that you've seen. This is they give their prisoners a bit more than what is probably standard in the world. They goes back to the whole they're treated nicely thing. But you guys
even me.
I mean that your room has the same amenities.
Maybe you took the time to appreciate it.
Yeah. You see that there are a couple prisoners that maybe you'd imagine maybe they did not have the they didn't perform egregious crimes, and so they are staying here instead of staying at that other prison that was mentioned that was for deadlier or more capable long-term criminals. So some of them here actually have like books, like a small shelf, maybe a couple like checker pieces, or not checker pieces. They have like a checkerboard or like stuff like that. And they are the ones that are kept up at the top here. You go down a floor and it starts to get okay. These are people that are just being kept here temporarily. People that are they seem to kind of be in the back corners of their cells, sort of thing. And right as you guys are about to get to the next staircase, you stop, and the guard that's taking you down here, she takes out her longsword and just kind of taps it against the metal bars to wake Glory, who seems to be asleep on the bed at this point, and starting to wake up.
Where am I? Oh.
So it's not.
You got visitors.
Of course I do. Finally, I have found my friends. I've told you I've been looking for them. I'm gonna stand up and walk to the bars. So, can you get me out of here?
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
Love what
did
you've
you
done
do
with the
this
place.
time?
I just tried to find you, and apparently, they said I was attacking the city.
How did you attempt to try and find us?
Well, I flew up on top of the very tall fountain, and then very high in the sky, I cast Shatter away from everybody in an attempt to alert you all because I didn't know where you were, and the guards were less than useful in helping me find you.
Arcane check.
No.
Do I know what shatter is?
You've
I
seen him use
literally-
it, so yes.
Yeah, we literally watched him. It was the thing that crushed all of those like changeling guys.
Oh yeah.
The quicklings or whatever they were called. I forget.
Yeah, I killed 4 of them with it, and a
Yeah.
wall.
Turn it down a little bit.
So, for someone who has said he's destined for greatness, you are not the brightest bulb in the box.
I didn't think that they would consider it an attack when it was very clearly put away from all of the innocent people.
It was
It is
causing
an
a panic.
offensive
This is
spell
the guard.
above a. This is the capital city, right?
Yes, this is the capital
Of this
city.
area. It's an offensive spell in a populated area in the middle of the capital city.
So what is the difference between my spell and fireworks?
Well,
The fireworks had
Your
colors.
spell
pre-planned. They have a time event for the day, and people know they're happening because everyone is warned about it a year in advance. You would say.
years in advance, technically, considering this is an event that happens consistently.
hmm So there is a big difference, and also you did an offensive spell. You could have done a light show. You could have made your voice louder. Simply, you chose to make.
I don't have any of those other spells, or I would have used one.
Well, someone's
I simply-
charismatic. If you could have asked a stranger.
I figured asking the guards was a better option.
Did you think
The
they
pl-
were omniscient?
No, but one of them said that they'd seen you and then wouldn't help me get to where you were, and refused to escort me. I even asked to be escorted, politely,
To where?
to wherever they took you.
Took us?
One said that they had guided you into one of the buildings and then refused to take me.
We were on a tour.
So you decided to
Try to alert you, yes.
You decided to scare the general public.
Tried to alert you, yes.
To scare the general public
Once
instead of
again,
waiting outside for us.
tried
Come
to
back.
alert you. The public should not have been scared.
Did
that
you
easily.
know we were possibly around you?
The public is scared by a skeleton bird on my shoulder. I think that it is pretty reasonable to assume they'd be scared by a giant explosion in the sky.
It's not that giant. It's just loud. I had a feeling you were in the general vicinity, and I hoped that you had heard my spell, but evidently you did not.
Probably just sounded like another firework.
Or
So
if it went off
again-
before the fireworks, we were in the spire doing research.
Ah,
Again, not the bright. I guess I shouldn't say bulb in the box because that's probably not light bulbs yet. But like, probably not the brightest.
There are, just not in the mood.
There are. But never mind.
You've still never seen one.
All right.
You're accurate, but no.
Yeah.
You're not the brightest. You're not the fucking brightest flame on the wick. I guess I don't fucking know.
That sounds right.
Look, we can stand here bickering all day like a married couple, or you can assist me in getting out of here.
Okay, well, have you heard the
Legally.
bell of your, to get out?
No, because these useless guards will tell me nothing other than I have to wait.
Okay, let's stop right there. Let's stop calling them useless, because they do have a job.
Yes, and their job is to protect the people from evil, and instead they are wasting their time imprisoning me for trying to contact my friends.
Lori,
Yes.
I'm gonna... Please? If you keep harassing them, they will make your life miserable.
I
More
mean,
than
you
they
say that
already
protect
have.
people from evil. I say they're
Buddy,
doing a pretty
I
good
guarantee
job.
you, they would be happier if you treat them equally.
You there, guard. What's your name again?
It's a different guard.
Okay. But there's still one at the
Yeah.
Wake
So there are
with them.
two. There's
Yeah.
the one that brought them down, and then there's another one.
That's fine.
My name's Jonathan.
Jonathan, I am sorry for being rude. Would you please help my friends, help me get out of here in a timely and legal manner? Thank you.
I can move up the hearing with the judge, potentially.
Okay, that's not what you want. Buddy, your bail is like 700 gold.
Okay.
We don't even have anywhere near that kind of currency. You will be found guilty for what you did.
Eh. It seems like you've already passed judgment on me.
He's also yet to produce the stolen blade.
The blade that I cannot produce because I did not steal anything. You are
did.
correct.
There, we've had several identify you, including Investigator Zara, who was the last one to have seen, and the last guard to have seen you after that incident.
You'll have to speak to the shopkeeper because I conducted my business and I left.
And we've determined that you were lying.
I'm going to ask the guards, just generally to either of them. Do one of you speak Elvish?
The guard that had brought you down, yes. It says yes.
Is there, in Elvish, is there some kind of legal understanding that we can come to that will allow us to take Glory out with us under some kind of certain condition or specification or something that would allow us to bypass having to pay an amount of money that we clearly don't have and be able to make up for the things that he has done?
You could be assigned civil service. Be very difficult to get that through without speaking to a judge. Especially
So-
considering the additional issue of resisting arrest, as well as the whole there's been a little bit of public outcry since last night when he caused this panic.
I have been here patiently and quietly waiting. I don't know what else I could have done.
The other guy speaks up. Not very quietly from what I've heard.
So
Potato.
So, if we were to agree to the civil service, what would classify as civil service? Just some kind of general thing that would make up for crimes committed?
There are certain positions, certain jobs that could be undertaken that are for those who are more martially inclined. There are also there's always cleanup, which has been something that is a fairly common method of civil service, as far as I understand.
Are these answers back in Elvish or are they in Common?
Probably in Elvish, because Saikir is trying to have a complex conversation, and
Yes.
Common is not going to work for that.
Mm-hmm.
I love that Glory speaks Elvish. Continue.
I hate how Frederick is the only one that doesn't speak Elvish. I hate this.
Fucking understand languages then, bitch.
I
Anyway,
understand
nerd.
all the languages.
Use it then. Anyway.
Okay, I use Goblin right now.
Goblin?
Anyway. I will be like, so would we be able to have something new legally recognized? Because hypothetically, if we had something that would legally be recognized by a judge as something that we could classify as civil service that isn't normally classified as civil service, would we be allowed to bring Glory with us?
I believe a judge might sign off upon that if the judge deemed that worthy enough.
We have been a separate half of our group has been is planning on getting into talks with some guards about furthering a personal investigation of ours. If we could have that legally recognized, would that be an acceptable thing, do you think?
I do think that a judge would recognize that if it was validated and there was a substantial enough good to outdo the negatives that have been caused.
Okay. When would we be able to push forward this hearing with the judge?
Looks over at the other guard. When do you think we could get the judge to come talk to him? Probably within the next hour.
Within the next hour.
If you want me to go put that in now.
I don't know. I would like to have our friend in the other half of our group has the evidence, our record of our investigation so far. I suppose we would need to wait for them to be present, in order to have this legally recognized.
Yeah,
Would we
that
be
would
able to do
probably...
in more than 1 hour, perhaps? Enough
as
time
it's
for
currently
it to
scheduled, it would be around 3 p.m. When the judge would come around otherwise. So you would have about 5 hours or so.
And how much is my fine that I would have to pay?
700 gold
Elvish?
pieces.
Interesting. So can we go to DM channel for a second?
Sure.
Cool. Hello.
Hello. So.
Why can't I? There you are. Question for you. So I have the inheritor background.
Yes.
Would this be an instance where I could just use that to like pay the fine?
I do not believe that the inheritor gives you something that is worth that amount of money.
Okay, so I don't have access to wealth, is what you're saying.
You have access to some wealth, but this is a very steep cost.
Okay, cool. So I can't. So I have to go with what they're. With
I mean, okay. it could reduce it potentially, but it definitely would not pay all of this.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think I'm gonna hold off on dropping the inheritance yet.
Okay.
At least until we can flesh it out a bit more. But,
gotcha.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to see if that was an option. Thank
Alrighty.
you.
Yep.
I've been saying it in the Roll20 channel because
Hello.
I didn't want to interrupt.
Hello.
Welcome back, you two.
And I figured you guys were more likely to see the Roll20 channel than Discord.
Gloria's just gonna sigh very, very deeply and walk back and just sit on the bed. Will at least one of you stay so I have some company while the rest of you are gone finding the others? They won't even let me go outside to enjoy the fresh air because I'm a flight risk.
I'm in common going to say, Frederick, I have the specifics of what needs to happen, so I will relay that to the rest of the group.
Mhm.
You can stay here and make sure he's not lonely.
It would be a pleasure to keep Glory company.
Good luck. Goodbye.
I won't.
Oh, you're leaving me with him?
Oh, don't sound so sad.
Oh, I'm
In
very
Elvish, I
happy.
will say I am the one with the specifics, okay? Have fun.
Would you like to come in, Frederick?
No.
I'm sure. Can you let him in to sit with me,
No,
Jonathan?
I don't. I'm good.
That is unfortunately against regulations. Unless he'd like to commit a crime right now, in which case then I could.
Oh no,
Oh,
I don't.
I guess I'll say, do I need an escort back? Or...
Donald nod. I can escort you, and are you joining him, Miss?
Yeah, I'll go with, because I'm not staying with this weirdo.
Always a pleasure,
I
Bronwyn.
barely
Yeah.
smell bad. Oh.
Either one of them. You can take your pick which one's the weirdo.
I'll lead you back upstairs. And Dawn just kind of takes Bronwyn and Psyche here to head back up top. Leaving you two alone for the moment with except not alone. Jonathan is
There's a
still
guard here still.
Jonathan is just kind of off next to. He's just checking a couple of the other.
Jonathan's here third wheeling your date.
Are you surprised to find that I don't sleep upside down like a bat?
I don't think I knew you flew.
It was sarcasm.
Okay. What's wrong, buddy?
I've been trapped here unlawfully.
Okay, no, not that. What's wrong with you?
Oh. I haven't the foggiest idea what you're referring to.
I know there's something wrong with you.
Can you define wrong?
You are not normal.
Damn it.
Why don't you just... It feels like something is particularly on your mind. Why don't you just come in and say it? I'm sure Jonathan won't care.
I'm not coming in there.
No, you can say it from out there. Go, just tell us your truth. I'm sure,
Hey, Mark.
Jonathan, do you know someone who can do Zone of Truth to help get this out faster?
That's a wonderful idea. I'm sure we could do that during when the judge arrives.
Of course you could.
Well, I feel like if I said it out loud, Jonathan would start judging you very differently. The town would judge you very differently because it's a very
Jonathan,
tight secret.
Jonathan, do you already judge me?
Mildly.
See?
Fine. I believe you have made a pact with a devil of some kind. And that's why you can make weapons appear and disappear, and you can cause shatter to happen.
I can't make weapons appear or disappear. That's ridiculous.
So is a bird that's a skeleton.
That's true, that is very crazy, yes. Perhaps your little friend also made a pact with you said a devil?
No.
Where would I have met a devil?
I believe
or a
he-
demon?
I believe he has made that bird with his book. He is a type of wizard.
Literally a fucking
So-
section wizard thing.
So, our companion plays with the dead and those that have moved on, and corrupts the natural order of life. And yet, I'm the one who's made a pact with a demon or a devil. Interesting.
Well, that is some slander. The only way, I don't know how it all works out, but do you always have to be so hostile?
Mm,
What I hear, he antagonizes every other guard that he sees.
Jonathan, you're all right. The others, I'm very indifferent to people. I just, I do what best suits me.
Mm-hmm.
Evidently,
Gonna
doesn't
over
always
exaggerate by looking into cell.
that doesn't always work out. Gestures to everything.
Mm-hmm.
But you've asked if I've made a pact with a demon or a devil. No, I haven't made a pact with either of those things.
Mm-hmm. So are you naturally gifted with arcane, or are you a deep studier of arts?
Oh, I'm very naturally gifted, yes.
Hmm. I just don't perceive why you lie so much.
Because not everybody needs to know my business. I'm sure there are things that you keep from the others.
Not really. I tell them, I don't know. I'll tell them things when they need to know it.
And how do you determine when they need to know something? Who
I ask the
gives you that authority?
I give that authority. I ask the person that I'm keeping the secrets from them. I make sure that I have their permission. They have given me their blessing, so once when I am done here, I will make sure the group knows. I want to say something, but I can't.
Why?
Lynn, you're a very
why-
funny person.
Why are you talking about me?
I don't know.
I mean,
Anyways.
Jonathan, can I ask you something? I just like lean around and look around Frederick. Well, as you know, I am quite, reasonably trapped here. Perhaps you could give my friend and I some privacy for a moment.
Very much like to keep my job.
Not even at the other side of the doorway? I'm sure he's got some secret questions for me that he doesn't want others to hear.
That is much too bad.
I believe it's fine. Jonathan, do you know about Asimars?
I am aware, yes. There are numerous, well, not numerous, but there are some Asmars that live among people here.
Mm-hmm. I believe this city has one of the most populations of them.
Yes, that would be correct as far as I'm aware.
Mm-hmm. Does that satisfy you, Glory? I myself might be one of those people.
Huh. Interesting. Well, it seems you and I are possibly two sides of the same coin, Frederick.
I don't think the same coin be applicable.
Really?
We are very opposite peoples.
You're correct, and yet we both have otherworldly bloodlines.
True, but also how you use your powers and how I use mine are very different. So two sides of the same coin would imply we both try to do the same thing, and we do not.
Don't we?
No.
And what do you do with your powers that is so different from me?
I help other people, selfishly.
Why?
Because people need help. People can't always defend themselves and put them in bad situations.
So you try to
Growing up
play
in-
the. So you play the hero.
I prefer defender.
Funny how that.
Vindictive activities, maybe.
Funny how that works.
So what do you do then?
I go where the breeze takes me. I do whatever it is that suits my whims. I take what I deserve. And if I help somebody along the way, oh well, happy accident.
Well, I hope one day you lose your carelessness for others.
I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you.
And now Frederick will just sit down and wait.
Then it takes a look at Frederick. Is there a reason that you're friends with him?
No. We help someone get their map together, and that's really it.
Fair enough. Just kind of nods and then lets you be. Okay. From there, we'll move on over to Piper and Ferreton, who went off to the spire, specifically heading towards the archive, right?
Yes.
This
So
time,
you said that's where the Forbidden Tome section is, right?
yes. So you guys head on over. It's like there are no guards at the base of the spire. At this point.
But yeah, it's
It's no
early in the
longer
morning.
yeah. It's also no longer Constellation Day. So.
Yeah. It's not supposed to be closed. It's just
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the general public's allowed at the archive, aren't they?
Oh yeah, no. The general public are allowed through most of the many places on the spire. It's just like
It's just like
higher
the
you
actual
go.
campus parts that.
Yeah. And even when you are inside of the archive, you guys did need to have somebody with you accompanying you. Actually,
Yeah.
you guys weren't there for that. Never mind. So you
yeah.
do
We
not
were
know
not,
that. You guys arrive quickly enough to the archive, as large and kind of astounding as it is. Just from it doesn't look as large from the outside, but then you open the doors, and then there's that large interior with that front desk that I mentioned before. And you will see behind it there is a fire ganassi, clad in seemingly long, kind of a soft red robe. And she has kind of some glasses on. She peeks up at you when you enter. Hello, is there something I may do for you?
We need access to the Forbidden Tome section.
Unfortunately, that is. Do you happen to have some sort of written record from Headmaster Illison as to your ability to go into the restricted tome section?
Not quite, but you may want to take a look at this, and I will set the dossier in front of her. My associate and I here are on an unofficial, yes, but still important investigation regarding former Professor Hicks Lutari and his connection to the current missing shard mine trend.
She opens it up and kind of starts reading through it, kind of pushing up her reading glasses.
As she's reading through, Ferret's just gonna go. We believe that Dr. Lutari might be using live shard mine to conduct his experiments, or used to, but when he was here as a professor. And he might still be doing it.
Our current fear is that he's close to a breakthrough.
I do find what I'm reading here to be somewhat concerning. Is there a particular reason you haven't brought this to the Dignitas yet?
We don't want to start an uproar in case we're wrong. We'd rather not have things overwhelmed. We'd rather continue this investigation ourselves, see it through, and if our suspicions are correct, then we'll bring it to the proper authorities.
There's also the fact of we believe he may not be in the city.
Exactly.
He
See,
has
we've been
been
hired
missing for
specifically
some
to
time. So.
we've been hired specifically to find him, and this is the information we've come across during our investigation.
Hired by
It
No,
who?
we still want to find him, but for
By,
different reasons.
A student here, Pietro, right, Ferriton?
I believe so.
A
Yes.
former student of his, who's concerned, but I don't think he's aware of just what Dr. Lutari was doing.
I see. Well, perhaps. I am unfortunately unable to grant you access. The only one that has the capability, and even if I, believed all of this word for word, which I am skeptical. I hope you understand. It is not a matter of want or not wanting to. It is a matter of the manner in order to get into the restricted tome area is guarded by a series of sigils that only Headmaster Ellison can grant. So it does.
Master Ellison, who is away in Stroud right
Exactly.
now. That's
I
great.
have a question.
Yes.
Is the keeper of restricted tomes in her office?
I believe she's in the restricted tome area currently.
Very well. Would you
Did-
like to see some potential physical evidence?
She kind of looks at you both. Just with not like just a suspicious.
Piper probably has like their hat off again. Their hands are like crossed behind their back. They're trying to look as respectful as they can.
What do you have in mind?
Are you sure about this, Ferriton?
Oh. If the painting is still there, we could show it. And if it's not, well, then we have...
Then we have a bigger problem.
Exactly.
I'll follow your lead.
Very well. Do we have someone to keep the archive in your absence?
Yes. Rita?
Oh.
Rita!
You hear her call off, and then, like, a ways away, maybe, like, you'd guess, like a couple dozen yards down in, like, a couple of bookshelves, you hear, like, what sounds like someone falling over in a bunch of books, and you see Rita peek out from one of the bookshelves, with disheveled hair and her glasses kind of askew. Yeah?
Just kind of give her a hi. It's like,
oh, it is good to see you, Ferriton.
well, I wish we'd met in more pleasant circumstances, but it is very, very good to see you as well.
Piper's also going to give a small wave.
Uh,
They never got actually introduced, but I'm pretty sure they've still seen each other, haven't they?
yeah. She waves, just kind of, politely. Is there something you need, Scoria? Yes. I would like you to take over the front desk here, if that's okay. Yeah, I'm on it. One moment. And you hear, like, the ruffling of papers and books being slotted back onto a shelf before she comes around and comes up to the front. Okay, I can look over things here. Yeah, you can rely on me. And the Scaria just kind of smiles. Thank you. I will be back shortly.
All right, very well. Quick, we have no time to waste.
We do not.
So you guys head on up towards the Behir Hall, the administrative building where the offices are.
Mhm.
Scoria is kind of following closely, just not too talkative. She's still looking at the papers that you've given her.
There's a lot to look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A schism. Does this have anything to do with that group of individuals that came in yesterday looking for books related to similar topics of
Could you
minor
describe
violence?
this group?
A darker skinned elf, a sun sun elf, and I believe he was human or an Azamar.
Very well. I believe those may have been my just like look at Piper's my students.
I see.
Piper kind of gives him a soft glare.
We were conducting an investigation.
This investigation?
Yes.
I see. Well, if these are tied together, that could be very concerning.
Yes. And this is why we must make sure that our evidence has not been tampered with.
Well, I am beginning to see the credibility here, as I do recognize this handwriting as well as Dr. Lutari's.
The sigils here, they will like point at the diagrams.
Mhm.
Do you know what they mean?
Well, I mean, this is the symbol, pointing at the top symbol, which for those watching, let me see if let me see if there's a way I can place the photo. I do not think I actually have we'll show that another time.
Piper's probably showing it in their own book, like their
Yeah.
own like drawings of them.
Yeah.
Because they're probably a little bit clearer.
Well, this top sigil would be the symbol of the with these two kind of pointing lines, and then a straight line, and then two more pointing lines that point to the intercardinals. That would be the symbol for the prime material plane, Renala, as we know it. These other symbols, though, I'm not personally familiar with.
You know anyone who might be?
I would guess, probably Professor Mistcaller. If this has anything to do with the planes.
The new professor of planar studies?
Yes, that would be the...
I believe we talked to her the other day, but I don't think we showed her these. So
Well, we didn't have those yet.
How did you come upon these, all of these items?
we prefer not to say.
Kind of
Well-
raises an eyebrow.
Well, if all
They
if all
they,
goes
say, they
well,
say with like a they have like a sheepish grin, like maybe you could come to your own conclusions.
I see.
But
well, if
Well,
all
that's
goes-
not as important as what they imply.
If all goes well, and we find the keeper's office exactly as we left it, we'll be able to show you where we acquired those.
Very well. Just kind of, you guys eventually make it up to the Behir Hall, and she just shows her teacher's pass, and they just the guard just lets you all three of you in without a second glance. Very well. Is this in what, her office?
Yes,
Correct.
Emir's office, I believe.
Very well.
As soon as we enter, there should be a big painting, a portrait in
Portrait
the
of
wall.
herself.
I'm aware.
Yes.
That was a gift from Dr. Lutari, I believe, to her.
Great. That is
That is part of the concern.
that is actually great that you remember that this portrait exists. Because if it is not there,
Then we do have a problem.
You guys walk down the steps into the bottom area, which is where her office is, and approaching the door seems to still be in the same state as it was. It's closed as it was the day before.
Is it locked?
She goes up to it and like using her hands in a sort of a very mystical fashion. You see these sigils drawn in the air that she creates, and then kind of places it onto the door. The door glows for a second and then swings open.
can I try and memorize that?
Sure. Roll
What
me
would I roll for
that would be an Arcana check.
All right, cool.
Is you're memorizing the hand movements as well as
Yes.
the
As the like the arcane, like,
the symbology
energy,
that it is
yeah.
that is creating.
Piper doesn't know shit about magic, so they're not
That's
even
a
gonna
15.
try.
15?
Yep.
You think that you might be able to recreate that at some point, but you're also not sure if this is just for this door, could be for
Mhm.
multiple doors. You're not quite sure.
Yeah. Cool.
But the door swings
That's
open. There's still it doesn't look like it's actually been disturbed since the day before.
And the portrait's still there.
The portrait is still there, as well as the small pile of weasel poo.
Now,
Good.
So
we're gonna show you this.
very well.
They will pull the key out of their pocket, approach the portrait, and insert the key and turn the lock.
The portal seems to activate, and you suddenly can see through to the other side, and her eyes just kind of squint in kind of disbelief at first, and then she walks up, careful to step around the small mound, and approaches the portal and kind of sticks her hand in, then sticks her head in.
I'd be careful if I were you. Last we were here, there were countermeasures. We think we dealt with them all.
She just looks in and sees like the pile of armor on the ground and the ripped up rug that is like slightly singed and ripped at.
Oh,
I see.
One more thing. I look around the room to see if the container is still there. The metal cylinder box thing.
It does.
I believe that may be enchanted with some kind of protective spell, maybe an alarm, or maybe something that keeps it from being opened somehow. I would be careful with it.
Unfortunately, this is somewhat out of my field of expertise, but I do believe you now. This is fairly indicative proof of something other going on here.
Yes, and he's just like gonna like jog over to like the boxes.
Hurry past.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
enters at this point.
Piper's
And,
standing behind, like hand probably like on the hilt of their cutlass, like nervously glancing back and forth. They
believe
almost died
these-
last time they were here.
I believe these may be, I'm sorry, shard mined, or used to be. Shard mined.
Corpses.
Yes.
She walks up to it, behind you, and just kind of gives them a look. I should contact the headmaster about this.
Please do. We'd love to get in contact with her, or them.
Her.
We'd love to get in contact with her ourselves, if that's possible.
It should be. I do believe that she might be returning rather soon. That is, as her one of her abilities is to transport herself rather rapidly. So she may be back shortly.
Well, they would have been useful about a week ago.
Have I probably arrived like in front of Rita or something like that?
Yeah, at this point you're probably. We'll finish this conversation with them.
Yeah, I was just wondering where I was at this point.
Yeah. We'll go into what's going on with you in a moment. But I will contact her, and I will also be taking this portrait for the time, as it is something I believe that should be looked at by potentially one of our other teachers.
It might be a decent idea to start an investigation into Keeper Ymir as well. We're not sure if she's tied to him.
I believe that would be prudent. I will talk with our professor of well, the person that is in charge when headmaster Illison is not around is typically Ymir, but barring that, that would be the teacher of the anti-arcane arts. That would be who I would bring this to. I will go bring this to.
All right. Would it be okay if we go discuss these sigils with the planar studies professor?
Yes, I believe that would be a good idea. I'm going to lock this back up and take this portrait.
Would it be possible for us to get some sort of pass, just in case someone tries to stop us?
Very well. She takes out one of these. I believe you already have. I saw
I have-
it.
yes. I have a visitor's pass, but I would not.
Oh wait, no, she doesn't know that. she doesn't know that you have a visitor's pass.
Well, I'll say I have a visitor's pass, but I would not object to maybe a visiting professor's pass or something of more substance.
I will give you the.
I don't wish to overstep any bounds, but going through
I
this
am-
with the least resistance possible would be helpful.
I am a doctor of natural history. If you need any,
I would grant you both a pass for most buildings, just so you may continue this investigation. And I would like to be kept appraised of what you find.
We appreciate it, and we'll be sure to let you know.
And she takes out some of those empty metal cards and kind of holds them up to each of you, and these sigils kind of come around them. And then she hands them both to you, and you can see on them now is like what looks to be almost like a on the metal, this watercolor versions of yourselves that are like a small portrait, as well as it just says special guest pass.
Probably
As
like
well as-
holding it up to the light, like moving it back and forth, like just examining it.
Well, I will need to take this to the other professor. So
They will they'll unlock it, or I assume we've left by now.
Yeah.
So they'll pull the key out and hand it to her. It might be best once you're done showing them to keep the key and portrait separated.
I believe that would be a prudent idea. Thank you. And then you step out with the portrait and the key, and then she relocks the door. But I will see you later then.
Of course.
And she walks off.
That went better than I expected.
Well, we've presented what we've found, and I see no reason why.
She did give you the dossier back, by the way.
Yeah.
No, she kept it. How are you gonna
Oh.
get glory out? Oh no.
Oh no,
yeah,
that's so
I
I will be the hero of the city.
Yeah.
We did present what we found, and there was no reason to doubt our
Right then.
findings.
Shall we go find the professor?
Well, if they're in the office,
It is
should
on
be
the same
around here
floor, by the
somewhere.
way. Yeah.
And I imagine we're going to cut
It's like-
to the others.
Yeah. So
For that.
we're gonna cut to Bronwyn and Psycheer, who are not quite there yet. You guys are almost to the spire, and the archive is pretty close to the spire. But you guys did take basically an hour detour, because it takes 30 minutes to get to the prison and 30 minutes to get back, and then you have to go the actual direction to get to the kind of entrance to the spire. So as you guys are walking there, I want both of you to roll me perception checks.
Okie dokie.
Oh, I already have the character sheet open. I forgot.
16.
16.
10.
10. I think Bronwyn will see this coming. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Okay. So you guys are walking kind of down one of the side streets. There's a couple people around. And then at just kind of while you're walking, Bronwyn, you kind of notice that there are a couple of individuals following both you and Psycheer. From maybe a 30-foot or so distance.
Okay. She's just gonna kind of whisper to Psycheer and Elvish, I think we're being followed.
Let's continue to the spire. They might not cause an incident in such an important place.
Probably a good plan.
At the very least, there will be more people and guards. Keep an eye on them, but let's pretend not to notice them.
Okay, I can do that.
I'm not going to go looking for them. I haven't seen them yet.
Because you are specifically trying not to look at them, I would like Bronwyn to roll me we'll go with a deception.
Okay.
It's like here genuinely just doesn't see him, so he's just like, it's not my business. The less they
19.
know, the better.
Yeah, they don't seem to think you've noticed them. But they also continue to get closer. You guys are maybe like still another 10 minutes away from the spire entrance, and they've closed to about 15 feet or so.
I'd try to separate off and see if I can get behind them, I guess.
Was that what you're doing?
Yeah, this just thinking out loud to Psyche.
So Kira will say, is there some way you can shield my presence? There's no way they can magically detect me.
Can you sleight of hand a whole person?
No, unfortunately not.
No spells or anything to do the trick?
I don't
I-
think
Alternatively, I can teleport away, but you'll have to cause a distraction for me.
let me see what I have here. Hold on one second. No, I don't think I. Yeah. Well, I can try to cause a distraction. Just turn and try to talk to them instead. Yeah, let's do that. You know what? What the heck?
Try to talk to them.
Yeah, I'm just gonna turn on the spot and stare at them.
You don't recognize them, but what they are all kind of clad in like darker clothing, black cloak, and they all have like their face, the bottom part of their face, kind of covered by what seems to be some kind of cloth, so you can only really see the eyes. But you can tell just kind of looking at them. One of them is an astral elf. One of them is human looking, and then one of them is one of the one of them is one of the Gith Yankee. So like the kind of greenish gray skin with the pressed in nose.
Gotcha. Is there a reason that you are following me?
Immediately one stops while the other two kind of try to move around you to get. One will stop to like confront you while the other two start to go around, around you.
Specifically going after me? Or...
They seem to be. They're looking directly at you now. And actually, are you looking back at them now as well?
Yeah, I'll look back to see if Bronwyn has distracted them.
Immediately, like, you look at them, they notice that you've all realized, and so, the person that's right in front of you, Bronwyn, will pull out, a sword, and the other two, one of them is gonna throw something toward Psyche, while the other one pulls out also a sword.
We didn't specifically say this, but I'm assuming we stopped to pick up our weapons on the way out of
Yes.
Yeah, no, I definitely did that.
Okay.
I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Me?
Yes.
Fuck, I closed my character sheet. Damn it. Where the fuck? There. Yeah.
Dang. So what you see is this what looks to be this sort of almost kind of like a chain of some kind that has two on the ends, two kind of magical orbs of some kind that when they
Holy shit, magic bola.
they throw it at you and it spins like it would, if it caught you around your feet, it would definitely catch. But instead it hits. It goes like you just kind of jump a bit and it goes past you and hits like a lantern pole and like goes and catches around it, sticking to it.
Is it like a bola?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, Psyche is going to fucking teleport onto one of the nearby roofs.
Okay.
I'm leaving.
The one in front of you, Bronwyn, says, "Get out of our way," and they will, unless you are doing anything, they will try to shove past you.
Also, because are we working in like actions and bonus actions right now? I know we're not.
And
In, like,
it's
combat.
kind of it's a little a little.
It's a little
fluid.
mix of both.
It's a little fluid, yeah.
Okay, so I probably teleport onto a roof, and if I can, whoever is closest to me. Actually, no, fuck that. I'm gonna use Vortex Warp on Bronwyn.
And bring her
And
to you.
teleport her up with me, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
So you just immediately, you're about to say something to this guy. You've said like, well, where are you following us? And then you get teleported.
What the fuck?
You like your vision goes black, and you appear in shadows, and then move up to the top of the roof, and you're now up on top of a roof.
We are running. Psyche's probably already going.
Get 217! One of them yells. You just hear one of them yell, "Get 217," and then they start bolting after you on the road. And we'll make this a skills challenge for both of you.
Oh gosh.
So we'll just swap in between the two of you, and you have to make, we'll say, you have to make 4 successes on this DC, kind of going back and forth to escape. Or subdue them, potentially, depending on what you do and the rolls that you make. And then, if you make 3 failures, you fail. So, we'll start with Psyche. As what are you doing? Like, what you need to like. I think this is the first skills challenge we've done here. A skills challenge is basically, it's a series of DC checks, and you have to use the different skills that the D&D sheet has, and reason to me why that is beneficial to you in this moment. That could be using something to stop somebody. You cannot use what you used the previous round, and you cannot use what the person right before you used. So, as far as skills go. So we'll start with Psyche.
So I'm within 30 feet of them, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm going to whoever is the closest to us, whoever's in front.
Yeah.
Actually,
this is the second guy with the sword.
Are all 3 of them within 30 feet?
No, the one that you teleported Bronwyn away from is farther than that.
Okay, so the other 2 are within range. Do any of them look particularly more powerful? The 2 that are
potentially
there.
the one that threw the item at you.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna target him then.
Okay.
Yeah, this might work actually. I have a funny idea here. I'm gonna target him. I'm gonna cast blindness deafness.
Okay. So that'll be
Constitution saving throw.
No, so that's not. It would be an Arcana check, and this will also.
Oh, is it an Arcana check? Oh yeah.
This,
okay,
yeah, and this won't spend.
Right, sorry.
Yeah, it won't spend your actual spell slot additionally, by the way. So it's just.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
6. So Arcana check.
Yeah.
Damn. Crappy roll.
He seemingly shrugs off this whatever this spell is. It just kind of like the eyes go cloudy for a second. He just closes his eyes and shakes it off before starting to continue running after you,
Fuck.
making a little bit of ground as they've making it towards the base of the building you're on. Kim, what are you doing? What's Bronwyn up to?
Okay. I don't have spells or anything, so. Well, I mean, I have some, but none would be useful. Can I, while running, turn and throw a dagger?
Sure. You have to like pick one of the
Oh,
skills
which one?
yeah, skill and why you're using that skill.
I mean, I guess it would be an athletics check, right?
Can it be the same skill with a different action? Or
It cannot be the same skill. You cannot you cannot use it 2 times in a row, and you cannot use the one that the person right before you used.
I have a question.
Yes.
For this, if you were to use a weapon for the skill challenge, would you use the skill that pertains to that weapon? So if it's a finesse weapon, it'd be a dexterity.
I would say it would probably be an acrobatics as opposed to an athletics check.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do acrobatics.
Because it's a finesse weapon.
Yeah, and so next time, Psyche would not be able to use acrobatics since that is what Bronwyn has just used, and you would also not be able to use Arcana since that's what you used the prior round. But the next time you would be able to use Arcana, given that Bronwyn did not use Arcana. So.
Oh, okay, I see. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm rolling acrobatics then. Show me now. 13.
That just passes the DC.
Woo!
As you successfully throw a dagger back, and it catches a guy in the shoulder, causing him to stumble back as he was trying to climb up onto the building that you guys are on. And he falls down, leaving the other two to start trying to crawl up after. And now it's back to Psyche.
Could I? Because this isn't a spell, it's a racial ability, but I don't know if that would work still, because I did... You said it doesn't count toward my shit, right?
Yeah, it does.
Right. Could I reason a stealth roll for trying to use my teleport to get down the other side and away from them?
Absolutely, you could reason that.
Okay, I'm gonna try and make a stealth roll to just kind of like break into like that shadowy mist and just like sink down into like somewhere away from them that I can see.
Absolutely. That is exactly what this type of challenge is for, by the way. Is to like make you like, oh yeah, I could use this like that. Yeah. So that's good. Yeah.
Damn.
Oh.
One.
That's so sad.
They seem to watch because it's afternoon. So a ball of shadow seems to kind of
not a ball, it's a mist.
Oh, sorry, a mist of shadow seems to be rather visible, and they managed to
But
find
I've gotten
you.
30 feet away from them.
Yes, but they are, it is easier for them to run towards you still. Because they do know where you're at. They are moving to catch up.
That's fine. At least I am 30 feet farther away from them.
Yep. That is 2 failures and 1 success, by the way, so far.
I'm not having a good time with rolls today. I've rolled nothing but single digits today. No, well, I guess there was the dexterity save. That's it.
What is Broadway
doing? Okay, so we're on rooftops, right?
Yeah.
Still. Would you say that the buildings are close enough to be jumped?
Yeah, potentially.
So could... I don't have a lot to work with here. Don't think that I can think of, because I'm not used to doing this kind of thing. So can I athletics to jump across to another roof
Yeah, and
to
just
try to
kinda...
split them?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Don't fail
Natural
me now.
20.
Damn.
Oh.
Yeah, you're able to jump across the roof, and one of them's like, "Get her!" And just
Wow.
one of them.
Natural 1, natural 20. That's great.
The dichotomy of roles.
Glad we're not going by 4th edition rules, because that would be the natural 1 would have counted as 2 failures, and the natural 20 would have counted as 2 successes. But that's you know. But yeah, you're able to do so. And they one of them splits off to follow after you, while the other two seem to be going still after Psychic. Yeah. So now it is Shane, it's your turn.
Okay. Since they're gaining on me, I'm going to hopefully try and go for an Arcana again, but this time I'm gonna blast both of the people gaining on me with frost fingers.
Okay, yeah.
God fucking damn it! I hate this! I hate these fucking I'm just gonna roll my own. This sucks. I don't like this. I've rolled the same thing twice.
Unfortunately,
I'm not having a good week.
as you're moving away from them, one of them you do get one of them with it, but the other one seems to catch up to you at this point.
So is it like a tie?
Well, it'd be kind of like a tie, and so you know they are basically, one of them is on you, and he is going to go to try to throw another one of those things. So you can make me another dexterity saving throw. That is the fucking DC, motherfucker. That's the
Thank
DC
God.
for this. Yeah. They it misses. You just kind of, this time it goes a little high because it's like they're trying to wrap around your torso. And it just you manage to duck under it. At this point, he is basically behind you while the other one is pretty close to Bronwyn. But you are split up for the most part. He's gonna try to tackle you at this point. So this is gonna be a post grappling check. So that's athletics, if I remember correctly.
Oh, good, great.
That's athletics or acrobatics.
You could do acrobatics too.
Thank God. I hate this.
Isn't it only athletics for the person who's trying to grab?
Yeah,
Yes.
it has to be athletics for the person who's trying to grab
roll
you.
my
Who
Does it
knows?
matter, Zoe?
if I roll a natural one, no, they do tackle you at this point, and they grapple, not by much. They did not roll that much higher than no one.
They've tripped.
I imagine these two just fucking fumbling, trying to get each other.
Yeah. And he's going to try. He's gonna try
He
to.
still gets to go.
What? Oh yeah, no, I guess you could, yeah, that's fair. It's your. What are you doing? He's on top of you at this point.
Gonna try and vortex warp him off. Well, no,
This one
Well-
would count because you're no longer in a skills challenge.
I'm no longer in the skills. Okay, I'm gonna vortex warp him off. Constitution saving throw.
That is.
Since it's no longer a skills check.
That's an 11.
Fuck you. I'm gonna warp you. What's the range on this again? Oops, not that. What's the range on this?
Fuck you, bitch. Fall.
Unoccupied space of your choice that you can see within range. The chosen space must be on a surface or no. What's within 90 feet of me?
I mean, you're in a street right now. There's a
sky.
no, you can't.
It has to be on a
surface.
Um,
You can't use it to
unfortunately.
just
We all
fall
thought.
You can't. That sucks that you can't just use it to fall damage kill someone, but
It can be
It'd be a
an
little powerful.
unoccupied choice, and it's chosen space.
roll me a
You know,
perception
liquid
check. real
that can
quick.
support the target on a surface without the target having to squid. Oh, there are buildings around me, right?
Yeah, they absolutely there are.
inside.
Can I see inside of any of them?
Roll me a perception check.
Shit, highlighted everything. You know what? No, I'm not gonna roll on this. Fuck that. Eight.
There's a building you could see that's pretty close by. It doesn't put him like really far behind you, but does put him inside of the building.
In the building. And he goes.
Like he gets pulled into the vortex. And off
Full
of
helm
you.
screen.
Like off of from my shadow, the mist emerges, grabs him, and I just through the building into the building.
And you hear a woman scream from inside the building as
I
you
am
stand up.
sorry, but also I'm not. I'm actively being kidnapped.
Yeah, and you can run away as the other guy was hit by the frost figure. So, you can escape from there. Just barely.
God.
We'll go with Bronwyn, who is split off.
Okay.
How are you dealing with this guy that's behind you, chasing you?
So I assume I would I have seen Sakir get away?
You're not. No, because you are actively running in kind of a different direction.
Oh, okay.
If you are trying, because you did specifically say you were trying to split off before. So.
Yeah.
I'm still probably booking it for the spire, if
Got
I
it.
were to guess.
Okay, so I can use acrobatics again, right? Because it's been 2 turns. Yeah. I am going to.
Did my first vortex warp also count against my thing when I teleported Bronwyn? Or
Yes.
were we in the skill? Okay, I was just wondering. I wanted to know how many spell slots I had.
Okay, so I want to pull my second dagger.
Okay.
Assuming I can use acrobatics. And I might have to buy more daggers after this, but try
Ask
to
Fred.
yeah, ask Dad. Yeah, Fred can lend me some daggers after this. To spin and then throw the dagger at the guy that's chasing me.
Okay. Yeah.
Essentially the same thing as the first one, but I wanted to like do a fancy roll and all that, but that seems a little extra.
Roll me another acrobatics check for you, since that's what we used for the first one.
Okay. Yeah. Oh shit.
Not great.
No.
He
Wow,
does
a
like
two.
the Aragorn thing of he just hits it with the sword as you throw it at him, making it deflect off.
Okay. Well. I guess I keep sprinting, or turn and sprint and try to get to another roof by jumping again.
Okay, yeah.
So athletics again.
Mhm.
I'm not very good at this. I'm sorry. Eh?
Unfortunately, you will hit the ground and you will take 5 points of bludgeoning damage to fail to jump over.
Crap.
And I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw now.
Oh no. Okay. So dexterity. Okay, that one.
Oh.
Eh? Oh god.
As this one, he throws the same thing at you as they did to the others, as they did to try to do with Sakir. But this one, it wraps around you as you are trying to get up off the ground, and you just kind of fall forward, and you're unable to kind of stand, as you are currently restrained and knocked prone.
Excellent.
As they come up and start approaching you.
Okay, cool.
And let's see. Make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy.
As they're just gonna like punch you in the face to try to knock you unconscious.
11? Maybe slightly conscious still?
Yeah, you're dazed. You're very dazed as they pick you up and they start walking off with you into the unknown. And we'll swap to Sakir, making it to the spire at this point.
There are guards around, right?
Yeah.
I run to the nearest one. Help.
Is there something wrong?
Attacked back there, and I point at where I last had seen Bronwyn.
Okay. What did the assailants look like?
Three people in Elvish. I'll just say, do you speak Elvish?
This is an astral elf, so yes. Yes, I do.
3 people. They were wearing black. They had the masks on. I had a friend who was a brightly how would you say that? A light-skinned elf. Do I know that she's a sun elf?
Yeah.
A sun elf. Two of them went after me. One, I think, went after her. We got separated. I have to find my friends. In the spire. They went into the spire. A tall pirate, short goblin, doctor.
I will. See, like looking, he looks around to other guards. Let's go. And they just grab a couple of guards. And then it's just like, could you identify them if we find them?
I could, but I would like to not leave the populated area, if possible.
Very well. You two, stay here and, guard him. And they grab 4 and they run off into the crowd. And back towards where you pointed at.
I'll turn to the 2 guards that stayed with me. I'll be like, please, can I go into the spire? I must inform my friends about this. They were friends of hers as well.
Of course. If I can go with you, and one should stay here just to ensure that this information is transferred. One guard just kind of basically saying one guard would go with you while one guard stays.
Okay.
They start walking with you up into the spire at this point. And then, yeah. So you guys start walking up. Yeah, no, you guys would get up there. Before I was trying to think about that. Yeah. You guys can get up to the archive, and you just see Rayta behind the desk. as you enter.
Miss Rita.
Hello.
I'll. Where are they? The two. Did you see them?
They went up. I think up to Bahir Hall. With the uh the head librarian.
Is there any way I can go see them? How long will they be back? Do I have to sit and wait?
You should be able to go up there and leave your Dignitas should be able to get you inside if you're together. Just kind of looks at the Dignitas nods. If you need to go to Bahir Hall, I can go with you there.
Please, I just want to find them. I need to tell them.
Very well. Follow me, and the Dignitas will lead you out and up towards Bahir Hall. We'll now cut back to Bahir Hall, and you guys, having found the individual here, the Professor Mistcaller, Professor Mistcaller's office, and she does seem to be it at the current moment.
I'm just gonna knock on the door.
Yeah.
Come in. And the door unlocks.
Piper will take the lead, considering they have the dossier. And they will nod and say, Miss Caller, we talked the other day.
Dr. Mistcaller?
Dr. Mistcaller, sorry. Not very used to formalities.
It's quite alright. What can I
We've
do for you?
made progress in our investigation. Here, just take a look at this, and they will hand over the entire dossier. There's quite a few of Dr. Latari's notes in here.
She starts looking through this.
Specifically, and they will open their journal to the page with the sigils that they've drawn, and then point to Hicks's to show that they're the same. These sigils, this one, and they'll point to the top one. I know we were told this one was for our plane, Renala. What do the others mean?
Well, given I've had to see Lutari's research much myself, well, what I knew of at least, looks like there was much that I didn't.
Yeah, that's why I figured I'd show you the entire thing, because you and he were in the same field,
Yes, but
So-
one of us was not a raving madman.
Sure, yes, but that still means you could have some idea.
Looking
What-
at this is the symbol for the Astral Sea. This red one.
I see.
This last one, it's more theoretical than anything. I'm not inclined to believe that this is something real.
Well, theories have a basis on something. It could just be that the theory has not been proven factual yet, but we do have something to go on, don't we?
This is the symbol of the realm of the dead.
The dead.
Which would mean
Some kind of underworld?
I would not say for certain it would be the same. Not quite to the hells and abyss that we have heard of, at least from the demons and devils that do roam our world as it is, but something else. Another place, another plane. It's been talked about in conjecture as a as a realm of existence, a sort of opposite to the astral sea, in some respects, as opposed to a place of light and stars. It is a place of darkness and shadow.
Also,
Could be that
would it be safe to say that, as opposed to outward, it would be inward?
Yes.
so it could be safe to say that there's a possibility that this realm, this theoretical realm, is where he could be trying to cause this planar alignment to
If he were to find the suitable power source, and one that could power that is so unlikely, even as it says here that I do not see a shard mind ever containing enough power to do that in and of itself. At least not.
if it's not just Shardmine.
I mean, life in general. There's no. It would take hundreds, thousands of individuals potentially for you to gain enough arcane energy to produce such a.
But from what we've investigated, it seems he's been doing this for a long time. We assume he's been doing it even when he was a professor here, under everyone's noses. These notes are from when he was a professor here. Before his disappearance.
Where am I about at this point?
Yeah, give it a moment.
Okay.
I mean, looking at the way that the sigil, the arcane circle in total is oriented, this top sigil, the blue, the prime material, is an invocation of the plane that we are currently. The red, the astral sea, is the origin of the source of power, which, if I'm reading this right, this horrible usage of shard mines would likely be where he gets that sigil. Yes, the last would be this.
Shard mines are from the astral sea?
Yes.
Okay.
As are most of the species here. And Moonhold.
Not too knowledgeable on this subject.
And then the last would be the location you are trying to tether, which would be this realm of death.
It's not concerning at all.
It has never been, as far as I'm aware, even amongst the restricted tomes, there is no indication that there's ever been a planar alignment with such a realm before.
What about the book that I've written here? And I'll point to the name. I don't have my journal open, so I don't remember what the name of it was, but it's written there.
Yeah.
Have you read it?
I've read some of these books along that genre, including that one. There are, as far as I'm aware, not even the Astral Sea has never had an alignment with such a realm. Neither has the Feywild, and the demons that are more have their memory intact from such a long age ago do not recall such a realm. So it's entirely.
So it's all just
and you
theories.
guys, yes, precisely. In fact, the first one to suggest the theory that this realm existed would be Dr. Lutari. So, in my opinion, he is killing lives and sacrificing individuals for nothing. And at that point, you guys will hear a door open hurriedly, and then somebody running down the stairs.
Probably Psychera is just, like, yelling Captain and Doctor. Or, like,
That's
calling
Psychera.
it.
Well, there are many doctors here, but I believe
I believe there's only one captain. Right, we should go figure out what's going on.
Good
If
luck.
they
Thank you
step
for your
out
time.
into the hall at all, do I see them?
Yeah.
I'm going to run up to them. Bad news! Very bad news!
Weren't you supposed to be with Frederick and Bronwyn?
Well, I was making some headway in perhaps setting up having our investigation legally recognized in a court of law, so that we may take glory with us. I'm explaining this in Elvish to Ferriton mostly, so he can translate. To have this recognized in a court of law.
I just
so we
imagine is Ferriton like translating like in like as
In
he
real
says?
time.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Probably
no.
not.
Ferriton's just waiting for the whole thing to be over before translating.
Piper is just blinking because like he's definitely answering their question, but they can't understand it.
He's
Mhm.
panicking right now.
Yeah.
He's not in the mood to translate right now. Anyway, I was going to have our investigation legally recognized in a court of law by a judge because I was supposed to recognize it as civil service, take glory with us. We wouldn't have to pay 700 gold. Whatever. On our way here, Bronwyn and I went. Frederick stayed. Bronwyn and I got separated because we were attacked. They were trying to kidnap me.
They.
3 people, clad in black. I do not know who they were. Very possibly related to Dr. Lutari.
Why? Why would you think that?
Well, they refer to me not by name, but as a number, and considering I am the person who has been within contact of Dr. Lutari within the past month, I don't care who around here hears this. There was an attempted kidnapping on me. I could care less right now. Considering I was the last person he was within, and I have it on very good authority that he would have a lot of reason to want to kidnap me.
I see. And you're saying that they've
lady
successfully kidnapped.
Could someone here fill me
I
in?
don't know. Bronwyn and I got separated. I say that in common. We were attacked.
By who?
Well,
What's
I
going
don't
on?
know.
supposedly they were connected to Dr. Lutari. It's something we'll have to find out.
We need to go after him now.
Look, lad, you need to take a second to breathe. You're going to panic even worse if you don't take a couple of deep breaths.
I don't know how he found me. I
Oh.
thought I had escaped pretty successfully.
Well, looking at the silver linings here, I would say that if he found you, then there's an opened way for us to find him.
Old man has a point.
That's
If we find your kidnappers, they will lead us to him.
perhaps
Potentially.
so. What? We can move and talk, yes?
Yes, we can.
But
What have you
you still
learned?
haven't answered. What's going on with Frederick? This has
With
not been
glory.
translated.
With glory.
Should we go
Um,
inform him?
I'll just goes the plan was to get the investigation recognized so that we could use the investigation as civil service to get Glory out of jail.
Right. It might be best if I head back then to inform them of the situation and start working towards that goal. While
have the
you go
evidence.
with Saikir to maybe find
Find-
these
Find Bronwyn
Kidnappers.
and the kidnappers, yes.
There
Right.
is a guard that is approaching at this point. The one that was with Yusek here before.
what's the professor's name?
I see you found your friend.
I am sorry
Your
for
friends?
running off, sir.
It's
Um,
fine.
Zoe, I keep forgetting the professor's name.
Professor Miss
Professor Mistcaller. Dr.
Miss
Mistcaller.
Right.
Dr. Miscall, you're right.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Mistcaller.
Is there something going on with Dr. Lutari?
Well, Dr. Latari is into some very, very, very bad.
It's all in the notes that I showed you.
Oh,
It's
why is he after him? And points at Saikir.
Do not know.
I mean,
it's not a question for right now.
Did you not read this one?
I've read it, but I do not see how that applies to this unless you are one of his experiments.
I could only
to
assume
him,
so.
probably.
Look, I'm gonna bring these to what's the prison called? Is it just a prison?
I mean, you guys have heard it called by
Take these to the prison. I will meet up with you all later. Perhaps it'd be best to meet at my ship rather than the tavern.
I would
We don't
agree
want
to that.
any prying ears.
Is there a particular flag we should look for?
It's wrapped around the top of the mast. It's black.
Oh,
It's not flying, so you should be able to recognize it out of all the others. Right. Well, we'll meet there once we've each met our goals. Right, and they will turn to hurriedly leave.
Okay.
A little bit like shaken, like, okay, things are happening. This is bad.
Doctor, what have you learned? I'd like to take my mind off of this for a second.
well, we've learned that Dr. Lutari has possibly been trying to, and this is, I assume that I'm saying this as we're moving out of the, possibly been trying to create a planar alignment with the realm of the dead. It is not a named plane of existence. However, it is a theory that it exists.
How far
and
away
this-
is the guard from us?
He's kind of about 15 feet or so back at this point.
I'll mutter to Ferriton, I know the name of that place.
We can discuss that later. For now, I just have one question. Why?
Because I am from there. And that is why he is trying to kidnap me.
No, he just like stops in the middle and is like, we will talk about that later. Also, what I mean is, why would Dr. Lutari would want to open a plane alignment to that specific plane?
I have no idea.
Well, we have 3 questions for later, I assume.
I have theories, but I have nothing decisive to back any of them up.
Now, something of more of the direct matter. Have you managed to pry anything out of your would-be kidnappers, like a piece of clothing or a lock of strand of hair?
No, they got very close to taking me, so I was not in a position to hold anything over them of any kind.
Well, we'll just go to the location where you encountered them, and hopefully we'll find something then.
My loyalty is quite smart, and he likely was not as I suppose, preoccupied as I was. Perhaps he will react accordingly.
Very well. And let us be off. The guard is still with us, right? What is your name?
My name is. He asked the names of all the characters I don't have immediate names for. Give me a sec.
Look, we're players, okay?
No, I know.
It's what we do.
I know.
Look, you're a guard too.
No. My name is Aralis.
Aralis. Will you be accompanying us in this search, or are you just
I will be
escorting us out of
my
this fire?
no my captain asked me to keep an eye on and protect this one, so I will do my job.
Well, you will be of great help.
And Tony the Tiger, great.
What?
You said it like fucking Tony the Tiger.
Let's find the crime scene, as it would.
As you guys start making your way down the spire, at this point, as you guys get to the base, you see a group of 5 guards, the 4 that had gone off, and the one that stayed, and they look over at you guys as Psyche here, and Ferritin, the guard, and Aralis approaches. That's good to see you're all right. We have put out an alert for these individuals. We did not find them immediately upon going back, but we did hear and find others who gave testament to what you've said. So I promise we will do what we can to find your missing friend as soon as possible.
Please do. It is unlikely she would have been targeted had I not been present. They were clearly after me.
If you'd like, we can take you to the constabulary, where we can guard you more efficiently, I suppose.
An acquaintance has a court hearing at 3 p.m., I was told. I would like to be present for it as it pertains to having these happenings legally identified by a judge.
Very well.
I would like to be present at least to testify to this and other things of note.
Sure. Aralis and Silurin, if you would please keep an eye on these two in the meantime, and just make sure that no one goes after them again. Unfortunately, we must. Some of us must stay here and just patrol the area. But we will do our utmost to ensure your and your friend's safety.
I would appreciate that.
He just nods his head. I do not wish to keep you then if you have somewhere you have to be.
Yes. What time is it? I've lost track.
At this point, it's probably about 1 p.m.
We should probably be off to the court. I would imagine.
As you guys head off, Lynn, was it in an hour that you needed to take a break, or 45 minutes and you needed to take a break?
45 minutes.
Is everybody okay with continuing until the 45 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just take a short break, and then we'll be back for a brief time, and then be done. Alrighty. So, you guys continue on towards the prison. Piper is a bit ahead of you guys at this point, just because.
So are there guards still escorting us?
Yes, there's 2 guards.
Yeah, Piper is probably like speed walking, like gotta get there, gotta go, gotta show him the stuff, gotta get this done as fast as possible.
Yeah. So you see this prison now, as I described it earlier, and you approach the front. Halt. What's your business?
Meeting with prisoner. Glory.
I see. I believe your compatriots were here earlier, and one is still inside.
Right. It's
if you wouldn't mind,
less of a visit, more official business.
If you wouldn't mind handing over your weapons, we just need to keep them.
Yeah, sure. Hold this, and they like hand over the dossier and journal.
Okay.
And then start like pulling everything. Not even like handing it to anybody, just like dropping it on the ground, like scimitar, daggers, fucking short sword, just all there.
None of us are in the mood to sneak in weapons right now.
Also accidentally drops the hat out of the coat and not worried about it. Just it stays there.
They just start picking them up off the ground and putting them into a metal container. I think you dropped your hat, and they pick it up and offer it back to you.
Right, thank you. They take it and put it back on.
Well,
and I imagine they handed back the stuff too.
Yeah. You may proceed inside.
Right. They won't even say anything else. They will just move past.
Yeah. And you're led off and down, and so Glory and Frederick will eventually hear some people coming down the steps again. I don't know if you guys had conversed at all in that time.
Nope.
Piper's not saying it. Oh, never mind. I didn't know you were talking.
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah,
Glory may have
silent.
attempted a conversation, but
Yeah, Glory probably tried and like probably spent more time talking to Jonathan than Frederick.
Just talking to Jonathan over Frederick.
Yeah. And then hearing someone come down, he'll be like, "Oh, thank the sweet heavens! What fresh hell is this?"
You're not even in the first circle of it yet.
Pretty sure. You know what? We're gonna leave it at that. Who is here? Hello.
I'm.
I hear you coming down the hall.
Piper can approach at this point.
Yeah. They walk up first to Frederick.
Oh, you're not. I didn't expect you to be here.
Problem.
Okay.
Saikir and Bronwyn ran into a complication on their way to the spire. Bronwyn is missing. Saikir's
Okay.
pretty shaken up. They were attacked by a group of black-clad kidnappers.
Are they related to the doctor or the professor?
That is the running theory.
Okay.
They were after specifically Saikir, according to him.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay. Sorry. Should we
You'll
go?
have to ask him. No, they're dealing with it. I'm here to help with the court hearing. Hello, Glory. They'll say finally acknowledging him.
Oh, hello, Piper. What do you mean that Bronwyn is missing and they were after Saikir?
I don't know. That is just what I've been told.
Jonathan, be a lad. My friends are in trouble. I would really appreciate if you let me out so I can go help them.
That's not how it
That
works.
is not
Frederick?
how this works. Thank you. Frederick, your name is, you said?
Yes. Your name is long. Can we shorten your name, Jonathan?
If you
How
would like to
rude.
call me John, that is.
Okay.
What?
I'm a
Just-
child, and I really want to give you the nickname.
Okay, Fred.
Not that. No.
Yep.
Your name's Jonathan. Why not shorten it to JoJo? I mean,
How about... You know what? I have a nickname for you. Dick. Dick, move aside. Jonathan, please
do
let
I
me
look
out.
like a Richard?
Yes.
He's kind of right. You do kind of look a little like a Richard.
Really?
I don't
you,
think that
Jonathan.
was the point.
But either way, unfortunately, I cannot let
I
you out
was
at this
starting to like
moment.
Jonathan.
cringe, Jonathan.
That is
Cringe, Jonathan.
that is
You are not a JoJo.
that is how not how this works. and the judge will be here in a matter of an hour or two to look over this case. And
In an hour or two, my friends could be dead.
and I'm sorry, and I'm sure that the Orientas or the Dignitas are doing what they can to help.
There's
That
no way
is-
the judge could come any faster.
We have already got
The judge
favor
was
of the
going to
judge
come. They were going to come faster, and then Zakir asked them to take longer.
Yeah, because
I
we
mean,
didn't
there's no
have-
way Saikir could have known what was going to happen. Don't put the blame on him.
Do we really know that?
We are
And
here
he-
to help you.
So far, we've only taken the word of Saikir, and now Bronwyn is captured.
Yeah, slightly.
What if they came after Bronwyn? Because of Saikir. Under Saikir's orders. You don't know that. All you know is that one person got... Two
What
people
you're
got
saying
hit.
is baseless, they say, punching the bars.
I'm sorry. Can you?
The-
I understand
the-
that this is
right when he says, right when Jonathan like says something, they pull their hand back, like.
I understand that you're under a lot of stress with whatever's going on with your friend.
It's okay. I'll take a step back.
Glory just has this grin on his face, seeing Piper react.
That is the first time that they've reacted. Saikir has no reason to be after us. Saikir is more scared than any of us are right now.
Or they're a very good actor.
I think you're just trying to rile us up.
I think you're all very quick to
I think
accept
I
my
think he's more of a
questionable
Richard now.
ideas
Huh?
versus...
What did you say, Zoe?
That's what Jonathan just said. I think he's more of a Richard now.
Jonathan, nobody asked you. It's funny. You're all very quick to accept the fact that I may have done something wrong, but when there's a chance of someone else doing something wrong in your group who doesn't
never
act the same
said
way I do,
I never once said that I thought that you did something wrong.
Glory just
You-
goes back to sitting down on the bed.
All I can see right now is that you are trying to manipulate us.
I'm-
There is no good reason for you to throw these accusations out.
I'm trying to get out of here and to help our friends. That's it.
And how does accusing Saikir help you do that any faster?
He just shrugs.
Oh, it doesn't, right? It
It
just
couldn't hurt.
all it does, it just stirs the pot and makes us not want to help.
Mm,
Now, there's nothing we can do to change how long it's going to take, it appears.
I can
So we should just
go,
wait patiently.
I can go ask.
Please
that
do.
would be fantastic. Thank you, Jonathan.
I am
No.
doing this to get you, hopefully, either out of here or to a different prison.
You know what? That is fair.
Piper is going to move and sit next to Frederick. I'm imagining he's
There's
still
a
like
bench.
sitting
There's like a bench.
on the
That's-
yeah. They're going to
Now
sit
there
on the
are
bench.
two people stewing in anger.
Cross one fucking
No.
leg over the other, glaring at Glory.
When Jonathan leaves, is there any other guard for a couple seconds?
No, there is not.
Cool. I misty step out of the bars and standing beside Piper and Frederick for a second.
I immediately cast Hold Person.
Yeah, Piper is now stood. Like
Hey, guys,
moving
and then
forward.
Is Misty Step require
It
somatic
is-
components?
It is verbal only.
Okay, fair.
And then I misty step back into the cell. I just wanted to see if I could do it.
That's two buzz.
No,
I
you
could
still
do-
you still need to roll to save from hold person.
That's fair. I will roll to save. What is the save on hold person?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Am I good at that? I am good at that. 15.
You just hit the DC.
Hey! You're gonna hold me outside of the cell?
Then
I mean,
So
you
teleport
still
save.
back
pass.
in.
Yeah.
But yeah, you teleport back into the cell, I suppose. Then.
Excellent. Huh. they are not very secure down here. And then I'll use the next hour for a short rest to get my spell slots back.
Upon the guard coming back, they look at you. The Jonathan looks at you, like past the two of your friends, and looks at you. Would you like to explain why you left your cell?
I just wanted to see if I could. As you can see, I came right back inside.
I see. Very well. But I did not want to have to use this, but I suppose we will have to. And he goes over to a part of the wall next to the cell, and taps some sigils that are on the wall, and a
Beholder pops out.
yes. You suddenly feel your magic leave you.
That's an interesting feeling. Kind of rude, don't you think? I just sit back again. I just sit down and then use the hour for a short rest.
You know, Piper,
I will be telling the judge of this once he arrives.
Make sure you include that I came back into my cell.
Oh, I will.
Okay, excellent. I just want to make sure that
for us.
that's included. That I did not try to escape.
And next time I would,
Doesn't change the
Look
fact
to
that you're
the-
pushing limits.
look to see, and then points at the ground, and you will notice there are sigils all over the ground in here, like in the hallway, and you had stepped on one.
Nice. That's fine. Huh.
Interesting. Is secure at the prison, yeah?
Yes, you guys both can arrive at the prison at this point. Same as before. I'm assuming you guys, do the same as last time.
This might be overstepping boundaries. Can I keep a tome or something on me? With permission, of course.
They look at the Dignitas and then back at you. The Dignitas nod. Very well. You may keep your spell tome.
I'll probably keep it out and just hug it to my chest, just I don't want to part with this.
I
I
Ferret,
appreciate it quite. I appreciate it quite a lot. Thank you.
Ferret
Thank you a
will
lot.
hand in the crossbow and the little pouch with the bolts.
Anything in any weapons in your bag?
Well, not really. He's just gonna open it up, let the little cork. He's like,
It just peeks out with the tongue hanging out
yeah.
in the tail.
Left.
Blep.
Head.
Tilt head. I suppose that's fine.
I assure
Granted,
you,
it does not
you'll
grant
be
any trouble.
Yes, I assure you, no trouble will be had.
Very well.
I have this under control. Far than where.
That is acceptable. Very well. You may proceed inside.
I'm going to. I guess I'll walk back down.
Yep. And you guys can see Piper and Frederick both stewing on a bench with the guard.
Piper's probably been taking this time to start their daily journal entry.
Okay.
They're still stewing. They still
Yes.
you can see on their face that they are not happy, but
You're back. -1.
The
I guess
authorities
+1
are...
because you have ferritin. So
Is Glory informed of the situation?
Oh, he is, and he
Indeed.
accused you of being in some part of a larger plot.
I don't care. What?
And he also temporarily escaped prison just to go back in to prove that he could, and then the guard did something.
Well,
I know no one's magic works down here.
No,
Oh.
it's not. It's just in yourself.
It's-
Just
Dan
you.
knew that.
Feel your
Dan knew
magic.
that. Glory didn't.
Okay.
I thought it was in character Jonathan saying, "No, it's just you."
No, yeah, it's just you. Jonathan
Yeah.
just says, no, it's just you.
Damn it, Jonathan.
good. Because because I did ask if I might have permission to keep this, and should something happen, I would like it to be usable.
I'm sure where we
Yeah.
are secure enough that hopefully you won't need to.
The judge will
Can
be
I
writing
try-
shortly.
Can I conjure my sword? Because it's not
No.
technically magic.
No, you cannot.
Okay. You guys just see
Well, what
Glory
is
is like
the-
holding his hand open, like looking at it expectantly.
What is the situation here? What has Glory told you as of to what the meaning of this?
The same as the guards. He did what the guards said, word for word.
Is there some way, since we are all present, that we might speak of a private matter while we are here?
Unfortunately, I would have potentially thought of that, but seeing as someone has been rather unwilling to cooperate, looking at Glory,
I've been very willing to cooperate. Once
I-
again, came back in.
I would say Justice over here is trustworthy enough to know.
Jonathan. At least get his name right, Fred.
I have an idea, Jonathan. I will admit that this idea may not be the best. May not be the best to respect your authority, but we may be able to converse privately without having you leave the premise.
I suppose that would be fine.
What languages do you speak?
I speak common, dwarvish,
That was in character. Piper sneezed. Bit dusty down here.
and orcish.
Very well. So you do not speak Elvish.
I do not know.
Neither do
Very well.
I.
Glory.
Piper's
Do
a
you
little
speak
bit upset.
Elvish?
'Cause
I
this
will
is the
res-
second time.
I respond in Elvish. Of course
Very
I do.
well. Good.
I'll start my ritual to get comprehend
Oh.
languages.
Ah,
Piper, what languages do you speak?
only my native tongue and common.
What is your native tongue?
Saki.
Very well. I speak Tasaki. We can all converse privately with a little bit of extra steps. Very well. Sakir, begin in Elvish, please.
So I know why Dr. Lutari is after me now. I have connected the dots. I've had the dots connected, but I was reluctant to say so until I was actively attempted to be kidnapped. You both learned about this realm of the dead he was attempting to connect to, correct?
Technically, no, I have not learned that. I've been here. I'm learning about it now.
I assume that
Both,
Uh,
so
yeah, Sakir was
Both
speaking to
referring to the doctor
Barrett and
and the
Piper.
captain. My
Ah.
apologies, Glory. We will relay this information to you.
Can I at
in
least
promise.
recognize Captain in Elvish?
I mean,
I imagine I've heard that
I mean,
before.
it's being translated by Ferritin.
Yeah, I'll
I will allow this to
translate.
be a conversation between all of you that you can have.
Yeah,
with
I'll
reasonable-
translate to Tasaki for you.
And
Vice versa.
probably vice versa. Yeah.
Mhm. Look,
You both learned of this realm.
And
of the
then
dead,
and then
correct?
Frederick has the
Comprehend.
You can have the
comprehend
language. You can.
right?
You have it. You
Yeah.
got it.
I have all of them.
So you can hear.
Yep.
You can.
Cool.
Say anything, but you can hear.
You are aware. You learned of the realm of the dead that this doctor was trying to connect to.
Yes. And I will not. I'll let you. I'll let you conduct this conversation for now.
I believe I have put the events together, in a sense, with some inside knowledge, you might call it, although it was not inside particularly of my volition. More so, I am privy to knowledge that others might not be, just by circumstance. 1 month ago, I was taken from my home. I believe my home, in relation to this, I believe Dr. Lutari was very successful in his experiment, and I am the proof to that, because I am very certain this realm of the dead is where I hail from. It is called the Shadowfell, and I am a Shadarkai. That is what we are called. And I was taken from my home rather abruptly into a place I did not recognize. And that city on the map, hold on, let me go see what it was called again. I wrote it down. That city on the map, Cassini,
Is where you appeared.
is not where I appeared, but it was the first city I had stumbled upon when I had escaped.
And
When they attempted to kidnap me, what was the number that they called me again? 217?
217.
When they attempted to kidnap me, they referred to me as 217. I do not know what the other 216 were, but I
Probably
believe
failed experiments who
217.
died.
I believe 217 is in reference to me being from the Shadowfell.
We still
So-
have the
so-
notes.
Yeah, you do.
I have them.
What is 217? Do we have
You
that?
do not have
217.
217. You have 100.
No, I only
200.
have I only have up to 200.
Well,
He must still have those notes with him.
if we look on the brighter side, we can assume that the other 216 might not be successful attempts. Well, you might have been the first one.
But that still means he's succeeded.
Yes, once, at least.
And
That means he's
possibly
had
killed.
that means he's had the breakthrough. That means he can keep doing this. That means things are
sounds
worse than we
like-
thought.
Sounds like we're after a serial killer, and Glory gets very happy.
Well, I would not say. I would not say he kills for the act of killing, but still, this is a murderer.
Murderer, kidnapper. He's trying to mess with the planes.
And what exactly is our goal in finding this person?
Stopping him.
Yes.
I
Now-
would like to understand exactly the nature of the connection he has made with the Shadowfell. Because, if at all
we-
possible, I would at least like a way to go home, even if
We-
I am not actively in need of one.
It wasn't a planar alignment. We'd know if it was. Everyone would know if it was.
Well,
So allow me to
there
understand
were
this.
smaller planar alignments, I believe. The alignment with the Feywild was smaller. And,
But if he was able to create one, that means he could replicate it. And that means he might be able to replicate it far larger.
With enough people and
With
power,
enough power.
he might be successful at a massive scale.
Now,
like Dr. Misscaller mentioned, he would have to have an absurd amount of energy to do this. So if we are assuming that the first 216 attempts were all in the objective to bring 217 to be a success, then maybe we're we have more time than we... Unless the energy he needs has already been stored somewhere.
It's a possibility.
I have a question for Psyche. And Glory's gonna walk from the bed to the bars. How tall is Psyche?
5'3".
Alright.
Just a little guy.
So
Just a
Glory's gonna
little guy.
look Psyche in the eye. And then now ignore everybody else in this room. So hypothetically, assume that I am able to join you on this as part of my community service. What is your goal? So you want to know how to get home, and you want to stop him from doing it again. Is that correct?
I believe if a planar alignment is to happen, it should occur naturally. As is the will of she who created my home.
I very much agree with you, Psyche. Something like that should not be meddled with by those who do not deserve to meddle. So I will help you on your quest for knowledge. However,
you are someone who is worried about the natural order of things.
I am worried about the natural order of things.
Perhaps I was wrong to be so afraid of telling you certain things about my home, then.
You are right to keep your secrets until you feel they are justified to come out. So you will have my blade.
And everyone else?
Well, I am
Of course
very
we'll
much in
help.
the business of stopping whatever Dr.
Yeah,
Lutari is.
We're not
is
going to do a
doing.
Lord of the Rings moment. You have my boat.
Well, I don't have my mace on me. You don't
We
mace.
don't have our weapons on us.
Oh no! And my weight.
So pep talk aside, we need to now figure out how we're gonna get Glory out of here.
As a show of good faith, Glory, will you please work with us when we try to get you out of here? I would like to do it within the legal confines that we may experience as little resistance as possible.
I will work with you within legal confines with as little resistance as possible.
But
sure. But when we catch this doctor and you get your information, should my blade choose their blood, none of you will stop me. That is my condition.
I do not care. Because
Excellent.
At this point, it is quite personal.
Glory puts his hand through the bar to shake Psyche's hand. Then we have an agreement.
He will probably hesitantly reach out for it. It is something like that, yes.
Well, you've all heard. Glory just goes and sits back on the bed patiently.
I'm just gonna look back at Psyche. Is this all you had to say?
It is mostly what I had to say.
Oh,
Very
Frederick
well.
thinks I've made a deal with the devil, just so everyone is aware. I haven't, but he thinks I have.
Captain Blackwood, do you still have your map?
Never leave it behind.
You said that it is something that points to what is most pressing, correct, usually?
It's true.
I think now I am quite pressed.
Well, have at it. And they will pull the thing off their belt and toss it to him.
Where is the map pointing now? I'm not thinking of anywhere specific.
You're just kind of
Or
thinking
anything.
generally, what is the next step that you're...
What? Where?
Give.
Please.
Please.
Near the Under Harbor, there is what seems to be a warehouse district, and there is a point. In
Like a specific point?
Yes.
Piper's probably looking over their shoulder, so.
That would be in somewhere in one of the warehouses there.
Huh. Been a hot minute since it's done that. They say, like, patting Psyche on the shoulder.
I hope this is where Miss Bronwyn is, I would assume. We cannot very well tackle this investigation without her.
If we find her, we find the kidnappers. And we can question them.
Correct.
But first,
Or
we
very
gotta...
least, they might leave clues of where to go next.
I believe it's safe to assume she has been kidnapped. After all, I could not confirm. We split off quite in a panic.
They're probably trying to question her to get to you.
Very likely.
Speaking
Let
of
us-
which, Kim, can I have you join me in the one-on-one channel?
Oh boy.
no.
Okay.
Uh-oh, John. Uh-oh, Jonathan.
I gotta
Oh,
scroll down.
no.
Hold on. All right.
Goodbye, Jojo.
Where is the... Oh, there it is. I moved him and I can't remember where it is. All right, I'm going.
Bring up your... There we go. So,
That's Glory, not me.
no, I know. Give it a second.
Okay.
You start to come to. You're no longer as dazed as you once were, but you're still tied up, as you had been, when they had knocked you down. A lot of things, are kind of a blur after that point. A lot of movement, a lot of, bringing you from one place to another. It was very difficult, especially with a searing migraine kind of going through your head after the brutal punch that they had delivered to you. You come to in this warehouse, very dimly lit. A couple vertical windows on the probably about 20-30 feet up along the actual perimeter of the building, on the interior. There are a lot of crates around, and a couple of cages that seem to be currently empty, at least. As you come to, you are currently bound and in a cage. And you can see in front of you there are 3 individuals talking. You would recognize them as the ones that you had seen before, but they are kind of arguing amongst one another as you are currently tied up. What is the lieutenant gonna say if we couldn't bring back 217? This is a bloody mess. What are we doing? How are we gonna? Maybe we could use her as leverage. Give 217 to give himself up. And then one of the other ones speaks up. Could use them as bait. I do think that might be rather beneficial. Leave him here when they come for him. We could snatch up 217 during the conflict. Could be. And then you hear some kind of loud footsteps of somebody in metal armor. It seems starting to approach. And you can kind of peek over and see this very large individual, a dragonborn of some kind. So, black scales that kind of come up over the face, and these slitted eyes. They seem to be in a very heavy armor. And actually, at their waist, you recognize something. They have this. They have tied to their belt that they have this kind of three-pointed crystal claw that you recognize as the one that you had taken off of that shard mind that you
Right. The like statuey thingy that I have.
yes, but it has that kind. He has that on his side. Have you idiots brought me 217 yet? No, sir. We're just working on a plan, to get him to come to us. And he just kind of looks at them, expectantly. So that means you failed to capture him. No, it was us being strategic. Bring in all of the ones investigating us and deal with them at one time. Well, as fine of an idea as that may be, I do not want this warehouse compromised. But seeing as you've already brought a prisoner here, I suppose I will have to deal with this myself. Or rather, I'll have my pet deal with it. And I hope you three can close the deal this time. Or else, I do believe she will be quite angry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very good, sir. We'll do our best. I'm sure you will. If 217 is not here or in our possession by tomorrow, it will be your three's heads. Am I clear? Yes, sir. Very good. It seems your prisoner is awake. It would be best to tend to her. And he chuckles and starts to walk away. As the other three kind of peek over now, noticing that you are conscious.
Phyllis?
They one of them walks over, the astral elf, now with the kind of the face mask and the cloak, the hood of the cloak down. What do you know of 217, the elf that you were with?
Not much, honestly. Didn't even know he was enough.
We've seen him with you for the last couple of days. Is there any information that you'd like to give to us?
I can't say that there is anything. I'm not sure what you're looking for anyway.
Or is your group the kind to come after you?
Oh man, I've only known him for a couple of days. Probably not, in all honesty.
You better hope they do, or else you'd be better off.
We'll see.
And they just kind smirk, and they will pull what looks to be a tarp over the cage that you're in, so that you can't look out. And they just leave you there, unless there's anything you would like to do.
And when you say bound, like what kind of binding?
So you are bound by this seemingly magical rope that is around you. Is the one that was kind of like sticking to itself that they had tried to throw at Psycheer before.
Oh, okay.
And then they also have normal rope along your legs.
Okay. So I probably wouldn't be able to break.
You could try.
Okay. What do we
It
need
could
to try
break,
to-
or you could try to like unknot it. You know, there are a couple of different things that you could try here.
Yeah. I guess I can try to unknot it to start with.
Okay.
Uh,
Sleight of hand, I think, is what that would be.
Okay. At least that's something I am proficient in. I am on the wrong screen. Where is it? 26.
That's really good. You manage to kind of figure out the mechanism to which this rope seems to stick to itself, and you start to peel it back slowly, getting your at least one arm free, and then it becomes easier to pull the other arm free at that point.
Okay.
They
Cool.
have taken your weapons, and your pouches and stuff.
Yeah, so I wouldn't have my like lock picking tools kind
No,
of
you
thing.
would not.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. So then I would just regular untie the rope
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, and that one is way easier to do.
Yeah. And then so they pulled the tarp over. Is the tarp something I'd be able to like pull back to peek out?
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
Any way?
Yeah, you could.
So I guess I'm gonna peek out the side and try to see if I can glean any kind of information from the room at large.
Sure. Yeah, roll me a perception check.
Perception. I clicked off my thing. Here it is.
No.
No.
With a natural
Okay.
one, no. You. It's kind of weirdly lit in here, and then the tarp is kind of heavy, so you're not able to get like a good look on it for too long.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm not sure what else I would do aside from like try to pester them, and I don't think I want to die sooner.
Fair enough. You could stay inside the cage though for now. If that's
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah.
And we can go back to the others.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
what's up?
Bye.
Hello.
Are you alive still?
Yeah.
Excellent.
So, I believe it's around 4, so this is when around when we need to take a break.
Yep.
Yep.
So, we'll be back in 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, Britain's here, so I'm gonna go.
Alrighty.
Mhm.
Yeah. We'll be back in 10 to 15 minutes, everybody. So,
See
hope
you in a
guys
minute,
are
Internet.
enjoying this. And we'll be
Yeah.
back.
I'm gonna go.
And welcome back, everybody. So, going back to the crew as they are currently in the prison. You guys are currently just waiting for the judge to arrive. If there is any last conversations you wish to have amongst each other before the judge arrives, now would be the time.
Piper will have wanted to talk to Psyche about, like, should we bring this information up to the judge? You know, show that there's proof that this is pressing and needs to be done now.
If it must come up, I will testify about it. But if possible, that might be something we keep to ourselves between us.
We should be careful in case they compel us to speak the truth, and we should be careful of the words that we choose and answer questions directly.
Why would we need to lie?
I didn't say lie.
Also,
Then why
they
would-
did
why
openly
should we
say
be-
that can cast Zone of Truth on us.
Why should we be careful about compelling us to tell the truth?
Because we don't know how deep their hooks go.
We also don't know who is listening. He is already quite aware that we are on his trail, referring to Dr. Litari. He does not know how much we know.
Mm-hmm.
I do not think.
Also, I think when we have downtime, as a side note, Piper and Frederick, we should really teach you Elvish.
Be useful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's fine. I can work. I can work as a translator.
That's a later problem.
It's definitely a later
learned-
problem, but
I've learned
you know.
basic on my own. I'm sure I could, or basic. I've been playing for myself. I learned common on my own. I'm sure I could learn Elvis just as well.
Right now, we just need to focus on getting Glory community hours.
The right
Community
community
hours.
hours.
They
think
mumble
it's-
that like they mumble that like to Frederick. I wouldn't give them community hours.
Mumble back. I wouldn't either.
I can hear you.
If
It's not a very big room, guys.
You're in behind bars.
if you don't mind the back and forth conversations, I can work as the translator for the group whenever we must speak privately. Frederick, what languages do you speak?
I speak Common clearly, Celestial, Dwarvish, and Goblin.
Oh, I see. Well, I think we found our go-to then.
Why do you speak that filthy goblin language?
Excuse me?
Excuse me?
You
Jonathan
guys
says.
right
That's a bit racist.
now. Must we
I-
do this right now?
You know, if you wish for me to help you get out of this prison, I would not advise insulting me.
You know what? You're right. Ferriton, I apologize. They have starved me and kept me trapped in here this entire time. I'm a little bit hangry, so...
Jonathan,
Like, that's an excuse for racism.
I mean, I said the language itself. I didn't mean the people. The people are fine. Just the language doesn't... You know what? We're getting off
I don't
topic.
think you want. I think you want to stop talking.
Yes, I agree.
What's the term in common? Digging your own grave?
Digging your own grave, yes.
At about this point, you guys hear what sounds like 3 sets of footsteps coming down the stairs. And eventually you will see what seems to be an astral elf flanked by 2 of the black sashed guards, which you guys haven't heard the name of for yet. But this astral elf, who has this kind of long, deep bluish purple flowing cloak that kind of goes just maybe 6 or 7 inches from the ground. Metal armor, very not long, but like maybe like 4 or 5 inch long antlers, which means, at least Braun would know this, just like means they're some form of a member of the royal family.
Rockman's not here.
Oh shit! Well,
Bronwyn would know.
Yeah,
if she was.
Bronwyn would
Yeah, if
know.
only Bronwyn was here.
If only Bronwyn. Fuck.
But Bronwyn's kidnapped.
Veritin might know actually. And Psyche here, having been here a month, would also.
A couple?
No, a month. Would know.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only other one who's.
Wouldn't we see these people when we were doing the tour of the castle?
Yes, this is the only other time you've seen an antlered.
Is this only in Moonhold or just like in on the island in general?
What do you mean? The
antlered? Whole, yeah, the antlered thing.
It means they are a member of specifically one royal family. Only this one royal family has antlers.
Just wondering.
Yeah. But astral elf with kind of very curly like sheer black hair with the star in it, and kind of sky blue, almost glowing iridescent eyes, and a very rounded face, and at her side she also has what seems to be a long sword, and then a symbol, a religious symbol of some kind, that unless anybody would like to make me a religion check.
Yeah.
I would love to do that.
Okay.
I don't think I should.
I'm good.
No, you probably should.
I don't think it would make sense now that I can kind of speak about that openly. I don't think it'd make any fucking sense.
No, it would.
17.
19.
Yeah. So you guys would recognize this as the symbol of Paladine. It is a curved golden spire with a 4-pointed white star at the top of the spire. And it seems to be that kind of symbol at her other side, which is the god of guardians and rulers, and law is another subsection of one of the things that they rule over. And she approaches.
The same one that like Fred Families follows, right? That's not the same one.
I believe I believe it is. So yeah, you would know it immediately. It was either that or Megere. Megere is the goddess of order, but this one is specifically the paladin.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. I believe I am asked to adjudicate this predicament that is the name Glory seems to be in.
Yeah, it's just a misunderstanding.
I'm sure. Good
afternoon.
I am adjudicator Galarai Lahir.
Ledger. Piper will like stand from the bench. And they'll extend their hand to shake.
Glory will stand and bow inside his cell.
They'll say their name. Piper Blackwood. It's a pleasure.
raises
Sekiro
an
probably
eyebrow.
Sekiro probably also like tuck his tome like under his arm and like, kind of like hand across chest, like bow,
Okay, yeah.
Dr. Ferritin Lightbrand, pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I see. What is your relation to Glory?
Unofficially, we are a party investigating. It's hard to explain. Here, they will hand the dossier, not their journal, just the dossier, to the judge. We believe it'd be best to plead guilty with community service, and that this could be grounds for that service. This investigation towards Dr. Hexlutari.
Yes. Are we to relocate to a courtroom, or are we to resolve this issue?
As I have been told, this was pressing. This will be conducted here, without
Very well.
the longer proceedings that would normally come with a courtroom. But that also means you are under my jurisdiction and not that of a jury's.
It's okay.
Ferret,
Thank you
yeah,
quite a lot.
Ferret is just gonna like mutter like under his breath like, she's skipping a few steps, but okay.
Doctor, not now. Let's be thankful we got this far.
She starts looking through this dossier, and okay, I understand vaguely some of the things that are being talked about here, and
We have reason to believe that he's very close to a breakthrough. And that perhaps his theory has more of a basis than we previously believed. Though we'd like to look more into.
I can also testify that after we started this investigation, a couple of us, namely a sun elf by the name of Bronwyn and myself, were attacked on the streets on the way to have this evidence brought forward here at a less pressing amount of time. We were originally going to do this at the designated time of the proceedings, but the attempted kidnapping of myself and we assume a successful kidnapping of my friend Bronwyn, our friend Bronwyn, we asked if this could be pressed a little further, a little faster.
We apologize for any inconvenience.
I have heard of this kidnapping, as I am made aware of many of the rather high-level crimes that are committed in my city.
This does make me believe, though, that we are onto something.
I could definitely see that being plausible and see that to be the case. However, I would be almost more inclined to let the Dignitas perform an investigation in your stead.
It would not be an investigation that likely takes you somewhere within Moonhold. I do not know if that matters, but I myself was in contact, I believe about a month ago, with Dr. Lutari, and it was somewhere near Cassini, I believe it was the name of the city. I do not know if that matters.
Very well, but that is not the case for which we are here at this exact moment. Whether or not this does seem to be a pressing matter of some sort. What I am here to determine is whether or not this glory could, for one, is if he is worthy of being put onto just service instead of imprisonment in one of our higher level, higher security installations, or if he would be capable of this civil service.
He's not committed any heinous crimes.
I believe let's see. Let's look at the accounts. Resisting arrest, theft of a magical item. There would also be inciting public panic, as well as attempted escape from this prison.
May I interject just briefly for one second? And Glory's actually raising his hand.
Very well.
Attempted escape would imply that not only did I leave my cell and tried to leave the prison and was caught, however, I left my cell and promptly returned inside of it.
That is true. I can attest to that. So can my friend Frederick here.
Unfortunately, it's a direct account, as you've said, his compatriot.
You could ask Jonathan.
You could ask Jonathan.
Jonathan, I don't know. He did put himself back in, sure, but that does not mean he did not try to escape in another method. And then the adjudicator just kind of thinks for
We believe his talents would be extremely useful.
his talent at let's see, inciting the panic, gathering unwanted attention, it seems, as well, having little common sense, I would guess, as well as his reasoning to incite the public panic was to find his compatriots, rather than
the wrong way, but it worked.
I personally refuse to take responsibility for that. He had not seen us in a while. We had no idea what he was up to. And we have no idea why he decided to do it the way that he did. But that intention still matters, does it not?
Intention matters, certainly. But
at least on the presses of inciting panic.
Certainly. But were there not other potential methods to which he could have tried to find you? Whether that would be, I have it under document that you were all staying in the same inn. Could he not have simply done the normal thing and waited at said inn?
Well, to be fair, I also did ask the guards who were positioned outside the Eclipsium to escort me to where my friends were last seen, and they refused.
They also are refused, under no obligation.
They also refused to get me...
Excuse me?
Yes?
I am the one speaking currently. They were under no obligation to escort you somewhere else when their security was needed at the Eclipsium. That is standard procedure here in order to keep the Lunarch and the other dignitaries that have been visiting from other countries safe. So you also had no reason to bother them. And upon their declination, you did not need to then immediately step to causing a panic.
Now, I would agree that there was no need to cause a panic, and that was just an unfortunate accident based on my actions.
Admitting a mistake, that is something I was looking for. She seems rather annoyed now.
One thing that everyone seems to have been asking me about is what's happened to the. I'm gonna use. He's gonna do air quotes to the stolen blade from the item shop.
This we know nothing about.
As I have read the report from Investigator Zara and her findings on what had potentially transpired, and according to not only the owner of the store, but also the owner, or not the owner, not only the owner of the store, but also several witnesses who were shopping in said store at the time, I am inclined to believe her testimony.
Well, if you would allow Jonathan to release the anti-magic field, I can show and explain possibly what happened. Because this was new to me as well.
She looks at him, and then at Jonathan, and Jonathan goes over and presses the arcane runes that are on the wall, and you seem to feel the magic flow again. And both of the guards that were flanking this adjudicator now have their hands on the hilts of their sword.
I make the sword appear in my hand. I seem to have a bond with this weapon, and this blade is different than the one that I traded to the shopkeep.
But I believe this.
I traded the former version of this, and left.
As you are holding it, mist begins to emanate from the hilt, which is visible to everybody around.
I am led to believe, having been bound to this weapon, that this is called the Ever-Smoking Blade. The hilt projects a mist when I have it conjured in an effort to protect and obscure me from possible hostile threats.
I am aware of the material used to create said object, and I am also aware as to what causes it.
Would Frederick know what causes that too?
We saw the tree.
Yes, yeah. Both Ferritin and you, Bronwyn, if she was here, would all know, because you were explained what told what fogwood was.
Then I make it disappear again.
And the trigger, you would both know is being of evil alignment.
And the blade vanishes back to its pocket dimension. So I gave one blade to the shopkeep in exchange for this one. They accepted my offer.
And after a search of said premises, that sword was not found amongst the owner's things, as well as there being a what was the word used? Residue of magic that seemed to indicate that he had disappeared from his ownership and brought back to you. That would insinuate being brought back to you.
Real quick, what did Piper say?
She had whispered what that groan was. They had whispered what that groan was for. I'm the only one who's done it this session, so,
okay.
Fuck me, I guess.
Don't worry, let me try. I'm saying Omega. Frederick will whisper to you what that hilt actually is. Like, it produces smoke when evil touches it.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Their face just drops, like, instantly when they hear that.
Would it be acceptable if we were to accommodate the shop owner with something they deemed of equal value? I happened upon an enchanted dagger quite recently. I believe the guard has it in the I suppose you would call a safe for the visitors' arms who come to this prison. Would that be an acceptable trade?
Roll a persuasion check.
not very good at persuasion, but you know, it's an earnest offer. Oh, fucking come on!
That's not bad.
I mean, it's
No,
positive
I
at least.
know.
Above
The
10.
thing that I'm upset about is that's what I roll good on.
I suppose that can be worthy of an amount of reparation to the ship owner. As for the rest of the recompense, I would
Might I make a recommendation for a punishment?
yes.
Well, we would still like to use Glory's abilities to help us with our own personal investigation. But he does not have to join us in the tavern, whatnot. He could still make his nights here, like a regular check-in, and still serve a sentence of several years or so.
Might I make a suggestion?
What is your suggestion?
Well, it seems like part of the issue here is the shopkeep wants his sword back. So, if I were to be able to legitimately return his magic blade to him, my companion could keep their dagger.
Would also be acceptable, yes.
I would require a mundane longsword.
I believe that could be arranged. Although we would take the gold to purchase said mundane longsword from your coin.
Actually, you know, it might still be on that rooftop.
Either way, that could potentially be arranged. If that is what you would like to do, that could be a partial reparation. And given good behavior, I could release Glory into the custody of your group. However, any further crimes that would, if they were committed by Glory, you would all share.
I'm gonna look at Glory, and I'm just going to say, you remember we have a deal. I will accept to these terms if everyone else is willing to.
Like it. I don't see a better idea.
Are you sure that we have to share my blame on them? That doesn't seem right.
I
Or
believe
just.
that that will create some amount of accountability amongst you.
Yes, but you're not accounting for his selfishness.
Oh, then I believe you do not have to. Your group does not have to agree to this.
I already said I agreed.
I'm just making you aware.
Glory, I promise you. I promise you I will tell you some information that you would like to hear if you be on good behavior for our sake, please.
You don't need to do that, Psyche. A deal's a deal. I will accept.
What have you? Looks to Ferritin and Frederick.
I guess so. We'll give him one more shot.
I would like to suggest one final condition, if that's all right. Could, for safekeeping, I would say, would one of your, what would be an agent of the law here in Marin that would be able to out of Moonhold as an agent?
The Dignitas are allowed to move from Moonhold freely, as they are the Queen's agents. Sorry, the Lunarch's agents.
Very well, then I would request, if you might accept, that a Dignitas would also be placed as responsible and accountable for this one. Points at Glory. And would accompany us in our investigation.
I could see that as being agreeable. Very well. There's one final thing I must do in order to conclude this proceeding. And she'll step up to the bars. Glory. And she offers her hand out, expecting you to put your hand there, it seems.
I will do it.
She takes your hand and places, pulls out what seems to be some sort of stamp, and puts it onto your wrist, the inside of your wrist, and you will take.
I hate this.
You will take 4 points of fire damage.
4.
Yes.
Oh, that's
Jesus.
LOL. Fire
half.
damage.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's still. So you take half, right? But it's.
Yeah.
But it still sears into the skin, and the rest of you like that. It like just seeing that it hurts.
Yeah, Piper like winces, like looks away.
And
This is cruel and unusual punishment.
when she pulls it away, there is a sigil there, on your skin, that does not seem to be able to be removed once you kind of touch it. In case we lose track of you and you cause us trouble, we have a method of finding you. I believe that would be the conclusion of this agreement. Once your investigation is completed and you have brought this Dr. Lutari to some semblance of justice, whether alive or dead, you may come and return here and have that removed, as well as depending on the escapades to which your group gets up to, potential additional reparations that you may be owed, depending on the thoroughness of the threat that this has created. This group has created.
I'm very glad that you said that.
Who's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. We have just been. Whatever methods we require have been sanctioned. Which means they can't hold the outcome of what happens to Dr. Lutari against me.
Well,
He is-
that's
If he is
Can't
dead,
say stuff like that. That's incriminating.
if he is dead, and found to have been useful, he might receive less. But if he is alive, will always ensure that you are given more reward. But dead will still suffice.
Let's cross that bridge when we get there, as you would say in common.
Very well. Well, you may release him. And Jonathan comes over with some keys and fumbles with them for a minute and just kind of inserts it in the bars slide away.
I'm gonna walk out and pat Jonathan on the shoulder. I'm gonna miss you, buddy. I'm gonna miss our talks. We had an excellent time together. Remember that time when you let me out of the cell?
Please leave.
I'm just gonna walk out.
And the adjudicator looks at the group. I will have the Dignitas.
Did she look through the entire dossier when I
Yeah,
gave it
she
to her?
seems to have gone through most of it. She'll hand that back. I will have the Dignitas join you. They will arrive shortly, if you'll just wait out by the front gate.
Thank you, Your Honor. My deepest thanks, truly.
And just kind of does a nod. I just hope you have made the right decision for yourselves.
By the way, Shan, Sakir would probably still have the map, because if Piper were to take it, it might change. and they
Okay.
don't want to risk that.
Okay. He'll keep it with his tome so it's safe.
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, there's the container for it too.
I mean, yeah, but I'm sure you gave that to Psycare too when you decided.
Yeah, they tossed the whole thing.
Yeah. So he probably put I don't know how big the container is, but he's probably either put it next to his satchel, hooked it on there or something, or just slid it in there.
I'd imagine it's what, maybe 8 by 3 inches.
Yeah.
So not too big.
Yeah. As you guys start walking out, the other two guards that had come down with the adjudicator leave with you. And once they get to the top, they go to another room and they will bring a mundane longsword out and offer that to Glory, and they will also remove the amount of gold.
I will take it. I will need to prepare a special ritual, so if you would excuse us.
We have time. And they just let you have an open space kind of next to the entrance to utilize.
Were we able to retrieve our equipment?
As you guys are out at the entrance, yes.
Okay.
I'm quite grateful, actually, that I didn't have to give up this dagger. I did just get this, and I would appreciate the self-defense that it gives me.
What does it even do? You said it was enchanted before.
It's the one that we found in the within the painting.
Yeah, I don't think the Piper was gone. Piper was at their ship.
Oh yes, you weren't there. It was identified by Dr. Ferriton to be something that can heal the wielder.
So as far as I can tell, it has some way of siphoning energy out of another living creature it hits into the user. Might have been used by Dr. Lutari in some of his operations.
Not as interesting. Don't like thinking about that.
I don't think about it.
Gloria is going to find a spot in this big open area and he's going to kneel, and he's going to spend the next hour doing the ritual to make this longsword his new pact weapon.
Okay.
And then, because his current one was magical, I believe after the hour, it makes the magical one appear in front of him.
Yep, it does.
Please tell the shopkeep I will be back for this sword legally.
They nod and they'll take it. Off to somewhere else. Let me find something. Where is it?
Thankfully, I still have improved pact weapon, so none of my stats have to change.
Where is it? Okay. A short time later, maybe around 10 minutes or so while you guys are waiting outside, you see what looks to be a person clad in full plate approaching with the purple sash over them and the white speckled plate armor. This seems to be another astral elf, similarly with antlers, and they have what seems to be a great sword on their back.
Chad.
And she is has her kind of hair down in this braid that comes out from underneath the helmet that she's got on, and her helmet is kind of like it has the nose guard, and then it kind of comes up and curves over the eyes, and then curves back down over the cheeks and then down, so that it's kind of
Is it kind of like the Oblivion, like Imperial Soldier helmet, sort of? To make a comparison.
Not dissimilar.
Just trying to envision it a little bit more.
And it has what looks to be a purple kind of palm that kind of comes out the back. And she approaches. You can't really see too much of her face, just kind of the eyes and like the part of the mouth. But she is big. She is probably around 6 foot. We'll say 6'2".
Well, Ferret will approach the little guy, 3 foot tall, literally half the size. You must be the Dignitas that will accompany us in our investigation.
Yes.
It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Dr. Ferretin Lightbrand. I'm just gonna extend the hand.
Doctor, I apologize for interrupting. Can we have a minute privately, the five of us, just before we all wander off, please? Thank you, Dignitas. We appreciate your time. Just one more moment, please.
Well, this Dignitas here. I'm sorry. What was your name?
I'm Sergeant Adea Saf.
You prefer I call you Sergeant Saf?
You may call me whatever you like. I do not particularly care.
Very well, Sergeant. Well, Sergeant Saf here is as much a part of the group now as any one of us. So if we would like to discuss a matter privately, we could discuss it together.
Should we discuss that particular matter privately, referring to myself and my predicament?
Doctor, I really think we should take this moment respectfully private from the sergeant.
She just kind of waves her hand. Go ahead. And she'll step off to the side.
We just finished saying how we can't trust anybody, and the first thing you do is get them to put a guard with us.
Oh?
The
As far
guard
as
will
I'm aware.
allow us Sorry, go ahead, Doctor.
As far as I'm aware, the doctor will be observing us the same way that we will be observing them.
As far as I'm concerned, it is a possibility the sergeant will allow us more leeway in our investigation.
Exactly.
Sakir makes a good point.
If we are accompanied by a dignitas, we may have more authority.
If you want to get rid of the guard, you'll have to go back in jail as well.
I'm not saying to get rid of the guard, I'm just saying we need to be careful with the information that we are going to be giving out and the investigation we are conducting.
It will be
I'm
on a
saying-
need-to-know basis, if that makes you feel more
Yes.
comfortable.
Will be on a need-to-know basis also. As time progresses, I am sure that we will learn to trust our new companion here.
As long as
They
we
will
keep
learn
a
to
close
trust
eye on,
us.
as long as we keep a close eye on them, for the time being, I think all will be fine.
I agree
No.
with the captain.
Now, I believe we should not return to the tavern. I believe that'd be a bad idea. My ship is docked. I believe that no one knows it's there. I've not had anyone accompany me back to it. I think that it'd be a good idea to head there as soon as possible.
Is there space for us all on your ship, Captain?
Quite. It's not the biggest, but we should be able to fit everyone just fine. Sleeping arrangements might be maybe a little difficult, but
Well, shouldn't we head... I mean, I think we're all gathered up now. Should we start heading to Broadwin?
yes,
we
that'd
should.
be a good idea. Sakir?
I'm okay with that. I might walk a little slow, though. Take a moment to allow myself a short rest of sorts.
Also, you have the map, so we are kind of following you.
How far away is the ship? We
had-
could just rest there for a little bit.
If I knew you needed a rest, I would have just encouraged you to take one while I performed my ritual. Because that also takes an hour.
You could have taken a short rest during that. Actually, that's a good point. I didn't
Would
think
that
about
been okay?
Yeah, I would have allowed that. I didn't think about it. It's fine.
I didn't think about it either. Okay, so how does arcane go?
You get back half of your level as spell slots, I believe.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works. You get back half your spell slots, and is it half your hit die on a short rest or long rest?
Long rest per hit die.
Long rest, you just...
I thought you got back half your hit die.
Half of the one, yeah. You do.
Yeah, on a long rest, you get half of them back, yeah.
I don't remember if it's half like in total or half of the ones you've spent.
Spell slots.
Yeah.
The spell slots can have a combined level that is equal to or less than half your wizard level rounded up. So 2.
Yeah, so you can get 2 first level spells or 1 second level spell.
Yeah. So I'll probably regain 1 second level spell just because that's the only thing I've fucking spent.
Fair enough. Okay.
Would I... Is it once per short rest? No, it's a long rest. Fuck. I was wondering about my fucking teleport.
Gotcha. Well, are you guys heading to the ship or heading straight to Bronwyn?
Guess to Bronwyn, right? Because none of us need a short rest now.
Mm-hmm.
How does having my selected spells work, by the way? Does that change, like for the wizard, you have like a certain amount of spells selected, right?
Yes. So typically,
Yeah,
it's
does
at the beginning of the day you pick which spells you've selected. I've been just fairly nice and just being like, those are like, you pick the ones that you prepare at the beginning of the day. But you have to remember to also change them when you've gotten to the next day, or else you just keep the previous day's ones that you've selected.
Right. Is that only at the beginning of the day? Is that not dependent on rest?
I believe it is only per long rest.
It's only for long. Okay, I was just curious about that.
Yeah, it's part of your long rest as a wizard is part of like
Preparing.
your daily ritual is preparing those spells.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So with trance, I would need a minimum of 4 hours. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So as you guys kind of gather your stuff up, and then the Dignitas kind of starts walking with you guys. Not really particularly conversational, but not dissocial. It's more like she does not wish to pry, because you do not seem comfortable necessarily with her.
I will make small talk.
Fair.
Yep. Fair will also be friendly.
She does seem fairly friendly as you speak to her. If there's any like immediate
Yeah.
questions you want to ask her.
Piper might also be trying a little bit to impress her because, ooh, tall lady.
Can I say something aside to Psyche here, just as we're walking?
You ever heard of the Mithril raid?
Um,
There, you know.
Psyche here, thank you for offering to give up your enchanted dagger. That was more than I deserved.
We made a deal. And I do have respect, at least for the fact that you are someone who cares for the natural order of the world. It is sort of a belief I hold quite dear to me that the world has a way that it moves, and it should not be tampered with.
There are some laws that should not be broken.
I will say one of the reasons I am quite interested in my field of study as a necromancer is because we have been allowed this gift, not because we took this. We did not ourselves say we were entitled to such feats of magic, being able to do something like this where I come from, referring to my loyalty and other such things in that field. We have been allowed to do so by she who rules that domain. And I would not squander that gift by overstepping my boundaries.
Yes, I can certainly see that. It's unfortunate. That was a really nice longsword. I just had to give up, but I will find another. Better me to return something than for you to give up something.
I appreciate that.
Well, as you said, we had a deal. There are very few things in this world that I respect more than an agreement. And as someone who dabbles in pacts with the divine, if I didn't respect an agreement made with a companion, then I wouldn't be respecting my pact.
Well, thank you for the respect. I appreciate it. I will ensure that I do not squander our deal, the agreement that we've made. I will not do anything to ruin that.
Well, enough sappiness. Let's go save our friend.
Yes. I feel a sense of responsibility, considering... I mean, I know you accused me, or so I heard, but I don't care about that. Technically, there is some level of truth to it, seeing as my presence did make her a target of some sort.
I'm not going to gloat on being right on a technicality. That's just not who I am.
Really?
Uh-huh.
All right, we have
Is
an
this
agreement on
was
respect.
was that loud enough that the Dignitas could have heard you?
Yeah, probably.
She just laughs.
No offense, Glory, but
None
I do
taken.
not believe that for a second.
And you would be correct. Shall I fly ahead with your loyalty?
Actually, I would much appreciate that. I'm sure loyalty would appreciate the experience.
Can he fly?
No.
Hmm.
None
I'm
of my dearest ones are able to fly.
Well then, loyalty, come and hold on.
It's just like the clattering of beak, and then it hops over onto Glory's shoulder and
Probably raise my hand up.
digs in its claws just a little bit to the point of being slightly uncomfortable, but maybe not painful.
That's a new feeling. Well, I will fly ahead and wait for the rest of you. And then Glory just takes off from there, just a standing leap into the air and flies off.
Interesting one.
Why?
What happened?
He flew away near us.
My loyalty is with him. I have a good track of where he is at present.
Okay.
Plus, he is watched by that sigil. Did Her Honor not explain to us?
No, she mentioned it.
If such a requirement is necessary, I could just warp him back. I did regain a bit of my energy to do so.
I mean, that might be a little funny.
It would.
That would be somewhat entertaining.
I mean, he'd be giving us so much trouble.
Look, we have an agreement. I shouldn't be the one to do that, but if someone else did it, I might laugh.
I can't do your magic.
Unfortunately, that is beyond my capabilities, personally. However, I do hope I can help with this investigation, as I have been briefly told about it.
Our deepest appreciations to you, Dignitas.
Just kind of nods.
I am Psyche here, by the way. I feel I should inform you. I do not believe I did so before.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I believe I've been made known of most of your names.
Frederick.
Yeah. And then Ferritin. Obviously, that was Glory, and you're helping your friend Bronwyn, and then Piper.
That's correct.
Ah, yes. Speaking of Bronwyn and Piper, as a matter of fact, I bring out the map. This is a special artifact of Captain Blackwood's, and it leaves. I am to believe this might be the whereabouts of Miss Bronwyn. I am not sure, obviously. This map does not specify such things, but there is a point of reference that we might start heading toward, and given that it is within the city, I believe it might just be pointing us to Miss Bronwyn.
Oh, I know that area. I've been there once before for an investigation.
Did you find anything?
It wasn't. This was what, a year or so ago. It was just some smugglers bringing in illegal goods. Nothing of too much particular notes.
So we have a somewhat shady area.
That might just change. It might become something of note after this.
Mm-hmm.
There is the possibility.
Yes, let's get moving.
Yes.
And she kind of starts to march. She is able to keep pace with you guys pretty well, even though she's in full plate. Maybe not quite with Piper, but would keep pace with everybody else, I believe.
I like to think that Piper just kind of speed walks everywhere. like not on purpose. It's just they're very tall.
Mhm.
They have long legs.
By the way, I noted I had heard you earlier when you were like, I was at the mithril thing. She doesn't, as opposed to most law enforcement that you've probably talked to, which would be like, I don't feel like I should laugh at this, or like I don't think I should be entertained by this. She does seem to be entertained by this.
I mean,
she does not seem to hold herself back.
We did raid rich people, so
she doesn't seem to mind too particularly much. But as you guys walk off towards the direction of where you believe Braun went to be, we'll end it there, as you guys have made some big new discoveries, made a new friend, lost one.
We're at the
Temporarily.
beginning of the next session. It'll be the first time since like the first session that we are all together in one place.
Yes.
Fortunately, one of us is in a box.
No, exactly. We're like at the beginning of next session because we're gonna
Box,
find
you
you.
say?
Yes,
Ah.
Kim, a glass case of emotions. We understand.
Yes.
All right, well, that was awesome. Thank you, everyone. I have to go feed these cats because they are now needy for attention and food.
But I hope you guys enjoyed
Alright.
that, and that
Pet
little
them.
that little lore drop from Psyche.
Very nice.
That was pretty cool. But yeah. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and we will not be back next week, but we'll be back the week after that with another episode and another session of Secrets of Renala. So, bye.
Bye.
See ya, boy.